I'm late. Sorry I'm late. Let me let everyone know that I'm now live. All right. Let me put a loop on. Big Richie Lizzie. Big Richie Lizzie. Yo, what up, Julian? What up, Jules? Need a new glue stick for my printer. I appreciate you coming through, Jules. What up, Kuma? Yeah, we're going to talk about some stuff tonight. I'm going to talk about environmental racism. A man by the name of Herman Williams is free after 29 years, convicted of a murder he did not commit, accused of murdering his own wife, and he's finally free. I'm making big waves out here? Maybe. I don't know. We'll see if this Blitler arc fucking continues. But motherfuckers just love to hate. That's all I'll say about that. They love to hate on me, but that's been my whole life, and I've always overcome adversity. I got a Gengar printing. Yo, Wolf of Karnad, what up? I fucking butchered the pronunciation of that, but it's cool. Hater make me greater? Yeah, you better believe. Haters is motivators. Homies are in the chat. Gang gargle these nuts. Rhydon? Would you take a ride on these nuts? What up, Austin? How you feeling? Howdy. Howdy. You chilling? Good, good. I'm gonna wait a few more minutes before I get into what I'm getting into tonight. Hope you guys enjoy the loop. Also, I'm gonna be having a conversation with someone. I think. Please let it be a convo with someone show. They said they're chill. And I'm going to operate as if the conversation is going to be chill. Because I came in a little gung-ho yesterday. Extreme cringe. What's this cringe? My man's got the double
truck.
bricky. That's cringe. I'll watch that on a little later on. This is that perfect dark. It is a 3D printer. It's printing a Gengar. I'll show you what I printed recently. Mara Jade. I printed these. How many years was Yo locked up for? 29 years. All right, so let's get into that story. Some people are here. I'm just going to go ahead and get right into it. I did 3D print the Quake symbol. What up, Marty? Shout out to Marty. So, let's hope. There we go. Cool. Whoops. Sorry about that. All right. I don't know why I had Chatterino up there like that, but Herman Williams is exonerated after nearly 3 decades of wrongful conviction. This is coming from the Innocence Project. You might remember the Innocence Project from the fundraiser that I contributed to with Gremlo. Shout out to Comrade Gremlo. He did a fundraiser. It was a 24-hour stream raising funds for the Innocence Project that are based here in Baltimore. He and I both interviewed 3 gentlemen who were locked up for, 20-some years apiece for crimes that they didn't commit. Going ham with the shout-outs, I feel it. You stream with Max Game? Word, I feel it. I gotta catch one of your streams, Selassie. But this is from the Innocence Project. Today, a Lake County judge vacated the conviction of Herman Williams and ordered his immediate release after nearly 29 years in prison for a crime he did not commit. A decorated member of the U.S. Navy, Mr. Williams, who is now 58 years old, was wrongfully convicted for the 1993 murder of his ex-wife in Waukegan, Illinois, where he was stationed at the time. The Lake County State's Attorney's Office acknowledged that his 1994 conviction was based on scientifically unsupported forensic pathology testimony regarding the victim's time of death, that the prosecution hid favorable evidence at his original trial, and that the detective who claimed Mr. Williams confessed is now known to have engaged in a pattern of misconduct, including securing false confessions and claiming suspects made admissions of guilt in other innocence cases. New evidence of Mr. Williams' innocence also includes advanced DNA testing that excludes Mr. Williams from key biological evidence. Oh yeah, I'm sure he's gonna. I think it's like, so this guy, I think it was from the Innocence Project. I forget what his name was. Came to talk to us when I was in like 10th grade. It was this dude that came and was he was in prison for 20 years for a crime he didn't commit, and he said this was in 2005, I believe, 2004 it might have been, but he said that they paid him $96 a day for every day that he was in jail. He wasn't supposed to be in there, but I think a judge arbitrates that. So it could vary from person to person, but On September 26, 1993, Penny Williams, Mr. Williams' ex-wife, was found in a shallow pond in Waukegan several days after she had gone missing. Ms. Williams died as a result of blunt force trauma and had defensive wounds, indicating a struggle with her assailant. At the time of her disappearance and death, Ms. Williams had moved from Arizona to Illinois and was living with Mr. Williams and their two children, ages 3 and 6, at his home in Gurnee, where Mr. Williams, who was also from Arizona, was living while stationed at the nearby Great Lakes Naval Base. Mr. Williams was remarried at the time but separated from his then current wife. After Ms. Williams went missing, local police and the Lake County Major Crimes Task Force focused on Mr. Williams as the only possible suspect, ignoring other leads in the case. He was arrested and, in February 1994, convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison without parole. The state's theory at trial was that Mr. Williams murdered his ex-wife so he could move to California, where he was being restationed on a naval ship with his children and current wife. And it's fucked up because he had that time with his family taken away, and not only was he punished for that, but the person who did it, I imagine, was never brought to justice. 1312 ACAB, that shit's crazy. The detective lied. Yeah, I mean, police lie. ACAB all day. This horrific crime not only robbed two children of their mother, but because of a flawed investigation, lies from police and prosecutors, and withheld evidence, they also had their father taken from them, said Lauren Caseberg, Mr. Williams' attorney at the Illinois Innocence Project. Mr. Williams lost nearly three decades of his life, and his children had to grow up thinking their own father killed their mother because of the misconduct and faulty forensics that plagued this case. We have to push for more accountability and transparency among law enforcement and prosecutors to prevent more families being torn apart by wrongful conviction. So I guess there was DNA evidence as well. Oops. Let me get in my server. Before I do that, I should probably do this because this guy said he wanted to talk to me. Who is it? Portland is Burning? That's his name? Alright. This case is a stark example of how faulty forensic science or faulty forensic evidence can lead to wrongful conviction. The misapplication of forensic science has contributed to 52% of wrongful convictions in Innocent Project cases. False or misleading forensic evidence was a contributing factor in 24% of all wrongful convictions nationally, according to the National Registry of Exonerations. Time of death was a critical issue in this case. Miss Williams' body was found on the afternoon of Sunday, September 26, 1993. The state contended that Miss Williams was murdered on the night of Wednesday, September 22nd, essentially the only time period in which Mr. Williams could feasibly have committed the crime. Mr. Williams' whereabouts were accounted for from the morning of Thursday, September 23rd, until Miss Williams' body was recovered on Sunday, September 22nd. That's a sus name. I mean, so I'll say this. This person was sus to me. I've seen them say and do sus things. They say they're coming to engage me in good faith. So I'm going to give them the opportunity to do that. So, yep, forensic science or forensic evidence is not always as trustworthy as they would have you believe in all the propaganda you see in shows like CSI, NCIS, all that stuff, whatever. The shit's like literally designed to railroad you. The case was riddled with misconduct by both law enforcement and the prosecution. The National Registry of Exonerations conducted a study on the role of government misconduct in the nation's first 2,400 exoneration cases and found that police officers committed misconduct in 35% of cases. Fabrication of evidence, which occurred in this case, was among the most common forms of police misconduct. In that same study, prosecutors were found to have committed misconduct in 30% of cases, and concealment of exculpatory evidence was found to be a common type of prosecutorial misconduct, and was also present in this case. So they just plant evidence and stuff. The body went through rigor and all that before they even found the body. That's a wild timeline. Yeah, the body would have had like lividity and all that stuff. Yeah. Probably some bloat from being in a pond. Endless cemetery. Not only was there misconduct and suppression of evidence by the prosecutor in this case, but there was egregious misconduct by one of the lead detectives, Lou Tessman, who at the time was the deputy commander of the Lake County Major Crimes Task Force. When Ms. Williams was first reported missing on Friday, September 24th, Mr. Williams was interrogated for 13 hours by investigators at the Gurney Police Department. So this is the same, I forget the lady's name, who's the woman who was accused of killing her own daughter. It's like the same technique where they just interrogate you for hours and hours and pretty much torture you until you confess to a crime that you didn't commit. He maintained his innocence the entire time and was allowed to go home. After Ms. Williams was found dead, Mr. Williams was arrested on September 30th, 1993, and was brought in for questioning by Detective Tessman. Yeah, the larva, yeah. And this is definitely would have been in a time when they had like the body. Melissa Lucio, yes, that was her name. Yes, thank you. I appreciate you. Nice save. No, not Casey Anthony. She actually did kill her baby. That shit's kind of crazy. If you're white, you can pretty much do whatever the fuck you want in this country. That shit was kind of nuts. But, that's that. Wanted to talk about some good news. An innocent man is finally free. Abolish the police, abolish the carceral system. Abolish the prison industrial complex, all that good stuff, right? You know, this is the endless cemetery fucking stream. So I wanted to talk about environmental racism because this conversation is coming up now that Jackson, Mississippi is in the news. My grandmother was originally from Jackson, Mississippi, and I feel like people, it's one of those areas that gets particularly overlooked, especially when we talk more and more about climate change and the effects of climate change and what the world is going to look like in the future, while we're talking about future possibilities for people in the world. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge, Blitler vibes. Let me rip the bowl. Hang on. Because I'm going to get going, so I'm going to get comfortable first. Alright, yous guys. Alright, yous. No, already. Signature Arizona. So basically what I'm going to talk about is there's currently the effort in Jackson, Mississippi to help the citizens of Jackson out with their water situation. Currently, in a large section of my city, there's a boil water advisory. In parts of my city as well as county, actually the neighborhood that I grew up in the county is part of this boil advisory because there is E. coli in the water at a high level, at a alarming level. So I'm gonna read this to you guys real quick. I read it on Monday, but um, I'm gonna read it again just to get into a larger, so you guys can understand the scope of the conversation. Don't want to fuck with E. coli? Yeah, definitely don't want to fuck with E. coli. A Kyle Rittenhouse Cultural Center exists. Yeah, that's pretty nuts. You bought it. You just bought a bunch of water because of that shit. Yeah, because of that shit. Literally, because of how old the fucking pipes and infrastructure are. Hang on, because there's another thread I want to show you guys too that I forgot to pull up, that I'm glad I just thought of because it kind of explains why this happened. Did I share it? I think I retweeted it. Let me just go to my Twitter. All right, here we go. The large section of it is among one of the wings of black butterfly. It is. It absolutely is. And there's some areas like Halethorpe and Arbutus and stuff like that where it's starting to get like reverse gentrified, I'll say. My family was the first black family in Relay. They put like public housing and public transit and stuff in those areas in recent years. Not recent years, but within the last 20 years. I know people were super upset about those things. We're complaining about the crime increasing in those areas due to those things, even though I can tell you firsthand, I lived in that area and I was out there with those white boys. They were committing just as much fucking crime as whatever these people from the city are bringing on their brief trips through and around there or to their jobs there, right? It's just, people are just fucking racist. But I'll read you the article from the Baltimore Sun, and then I'll read you this Twitter thread. E. coli bacteria have been detected in some samples of the water supply in parts of West Baltimore, city officials announced Monday, as they required thousands of residents in parts of the city and Baltimore County to boil their water. The City Department of Public Works first learned Saturday of potential contamination at a test site in the Sandtown, Winchester, and Harlem Park communities. The specimen was retested to confirm the contamination per emergency protocol ahead of notifying the public, Mayor Brandon Scott said at a news conference Monday morning. And that was the crazy part, is we found out same day. So like there's mad people who probably already drank that water, right? That's crazy because I know now recently the apartments in the county, Randallstown, are Section 8. Yeah, I lived in apartments that became, part of them became Section 8, I think. And yeah, Randallstown, that area is like a new, almost like Baltimore is like Harlem. Like there's a lot of black people concentrated there, a lot of like middle class, even though there's only two classes in America. You can probably imagine what I mean by like middle class. There's like lots of working class black people that live in that area with lower class, like poorer blacks as well, just because that's how we get lumped together politically and, you know, all that stuff. But anyway. We are taking this issue very seriously, Scott said. This is why we're here with a full operation of our operations center. Some community members didn't learn of the contamination until Monday morning, in some cases by word of mouth from neighbors. Yeah, so they found out from their neighbors before they found out from the city. The contamination is not known to have sickened anyone, officials said. In a tweet Monday morning, the city's Department of Public Works urged residents and businesses across roughly 56 city blocks to boil water used for drinking or cooking. The boil water alert covers about 1,500 homes and facilities located in the Sandtown, Winchester, and Harlem Park neighborhoods. That area is bounded by Riggs Avenue to West Franklin Street, north to south, and Carey Street to Pulaski Street, east to west. City officials still do not know the source of the contamination, but said they are determining the extent of the issue and hope to resume delivery of clean water to residents in impacted areas soon. Officials said they were confident the contamination was not associated with wastewater treatment or its 3 water treatment plants, which test every 2 hours and have not produced unusual results recently. Still, problems can occur where bacteria are introduced to water in the distribution system. When that occurs, the best remedy is to increase the dosage of chlorine, officials said. In the meantime, the Public Works Department is surveying and sampling other locations within the impacted zone and retesting locations that previously tested negative. The department is also identifying construction projects that may have caused potential impacts to the water system, checking for leaks, and monitoring chlorine levels. More testing will occur overnight with results expected in about 24 hours. While E. coli was found only in the area where the alert was issued and testing did not find it elsewhere in the advisory area, DPW also extended a boil water advisory across a far larger area as a precaution. The department's most recent water samples from those areas were negative for E. coli and total coliform. That sprawling area stretches from Interstate I-83 and Druid Hill Park across large swaths of west and southwest Baltimore and into Arbutus, Halethorpe, and Lansdowne in Baltimore County. I lived in Halethorpe, went to school in Arbutus, and went to school in Lansdowne as a kid. Between the ages of 5 and 18. It's out to like Catonsville. We'll look at it because what it's saying is the area that they gave the warning to is large just as a precaution, but the only area where they actually tested and found it positive for E. coli is in here. So yeah, it comes all the way out there. Pretty far out there. Into Catonsville and such. But this area in the red is the only area where they tested positive for E. coli in the water. And yeah, that's a very black area. I'll say that much. It's Baltimore, so most areas are going to be black areas. But yeah, as I forget who said it in chat, but Be More Akuma said it. Yeah, it's one of the wings of the black butterfly. Let me see if I can pull up another map for you all. So, I found a map that we could try to line up. I think we can line up. Okay. So, okay. So, Greater Rosemont and Edmondson Village. Are gonna be. Oh my goodness. So weebo. Jesus Christ. Okay. So, this is gonna be in this area here. So yeah. DPW's boil water advisory map also showed the area extending into Linthicum Heights and Anne Arundel County, but Matt Deal, a representative for the county's Department of Public Works, said in an email Monday evening that it does not purchase water from the city, meaning no public water customer in the jurisdiction need boil their water. So basically, y'all are too good for our water, so you don't have to worry about boiling it. Comprehensive upgrades to our system have led to full autonomy of our water needs, eliminating the need for purchase of water from the city over the last several years, he said in the email. That's wild. So their water system is so advanced it's autonomous. This is Anne Arundel County. This is the county that I work in. The county that's so high tax bracket, and the cost of living and the standard of living there is so high, I can't afford to live there, even though I work there. And break my fucking back working a job there every day. I can't even afford a fucking 1-bedroom studio apartment in that area because the tax bracket is too high. Cost of living is too high. Rent is too high. So I gotta commute every fucking day. Alright. The City Public Works Department said in a news release that officials still were searching Monday afternoon for the source of the contamination. The department said it was flushing the system continuously to introduce turnover and increasing chlorination in the area and performing leak detection and valve assessment. The U.S. is literally segregated. Anyone who says otherwise is dumb. Yeah, I mean, it's obvious, right? The United States, Baltimore is sort of unique in that Baltimore is the first city with segregation laws on the book, like for city ordinances, as in black people are not allowed to live here or black people can only live there or whatever type of shit like that, right? But anyone who doesn't think that those types of housing covenants and shit exist, or that loan officers wouldn't target specific people with predatory loans or discourage certain people from moving into certain areas, etc., etc., etc. Anyone who thinks that that's not tremendously common and also not part of an infrastructure designed specifically to discriminate against black people they're a fucking rad lib. They need to touch grass. They have no clue what's going on in the world. They're detached from reality. Right? I can tell you this just from personal experience, knowing my family was the first black family in the neighborhood that I grew up in, right? For obvious fucking reason. The road was called Rolling Road. That's where the slaves used to roll the fucking barrels of tobacco and shit, right? People... I really wish that the fucking liberals online didn't put in so much work to devalue and really minimize the extent and ferocity and just insidiousness of the infrastructure of white supremacy in America. People want to harp super hard on this interpersonal bullshit because they can't deal with the fact that they probably live in a whites-only neighborhood. They might even live 30 minutes away from a sundown town. But because they're fucking cowards who can't face those people, they have to argue back and forth with teenage groypers on the internet. Saying the N-word and shit. But anyway, I'm getting off topic. Yeah, your water's probably rated pretty good. Because that's the thing, right? Is the area where I'm from, you'll see, the area that I grew up in is inside this area here, Relay, right? I'm not going to dox myself, but my house would not have been in this area, actually. So this probably wouldn't have affected me, which means that my water was probably from over here. You know what I mean? Haha, the fuckers who wouldn't let me join their pool. That would be poetic justice for me if the whites only pool had to close because of E. coli. Anyway, I don't know if they're still whites only, but I remember they didn't want me. My mom said we couldn't join their pool. But you'll notice that area is very far from here. I say all that to say this, you know what I mean? I fucking getting distracted. I lived way the fuck down there in that area, way away from the actual impact area. That's way in the city, right? Deep in the city. You in the village? Yeah, I feel it. So, let's look at a Twitter thread. The E. coli issue is assuredly a calamity, and Baltimore DPW's bungling of communication has led a lot of people outside the advisory zone to, very understandably, widespread panic. Textbook exercise in why not being forthright with the public about complex systems is really bad. Residents don't know how the water system works, nor should they really. All that matters to almost everyone is that it comes out of the tap clean. But you bungle comms over a dangerous incident, and of course people are going to plug their info gaps with panic / conspiracy / etc. People who live in zones of the central system that don't even share water supplies or distribution pipes with the impacted zone, understandably panicking because DPW didn't bother to explain why they drew the advisory boundary the way they did. It's the southern half of the second zone. I've spent time the past 2 days looking stuff up about the Baltimore water system because I didn't know how it worked either, other than the 3 reservoirs before this incident. And I'm an urbanist freak. So how the hell does DPW expect other people to know about it? Terrible comms. And then instead of apologizing over your own terrible comms, you're going to claim that you rapidly informed everyone about it. LOL, 9.5 hour info gap yesterday. And then yell at the public when they understandably get antsy. Just an atrocious showing. And I guess they deleted the tweet. The advisory covers the second half of the second zone, downstream of both Ashburton and Montebello filtration plants. Zones reflect different elevation levels that dictate whether gravity or pumps are used. East/southeast appear fine because they are in a different water zone. So I guess this is how that works. Ah. See how easy that was? DPW could have calmly explained why one part of the water system could be impacted while other parts of the metro are not. Instead, they threw together a haphazard, unexplained map and started scalding people for not having all the context they needed. The contaminant was found in Zone 2 downstream of both filtration plants. Both plants are fine, which means contaminants got in during distribution. Therefore, the contaminant is only going to affect Zone 2 downstream of Ashburton, fed by gravity, and the Vernon pumping station. Oh, excuse me. The contaminant was it's pretty easy to understand once you have 3 to 4 maps in front of you what all this stuff corresponds to and why contaminants in distribution pipes could be geographically isolated. I'm sure I'm not even getting all this totally right, but that's why you should explain it. For instance, in terms of me getting something wrong, after watching some videos about Baltimore's water infrastructure, I believe the zones directly reflect pressure, which is a function of elevation rather than reflecting the elevation map directly itself. When you're trying to get people to do something, here's what you have to state. Blah, 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 blah. This is a bunch of stuff about how poor the fucking communication of the city is. So this is the new water boil map. Let's take a look at it. If we can, if we may. Damn. It's too fuzzy. I can't see it. Hello. But yeah, so that's that. But how do I even get I don't even know how to segue into this. Baltimore has had issues with what we would call environmental racism for decades. They've been like kind of like a foundational problem with the city. What up, Pyro Tyrant? I'm going to talk about like lead poisoning, but also I'm going to talk about Jackson, Mississippi's water. So, for anyone who doesn't know, I'm just watching this woman make this matcha latte with a whisk instead of a milk steamer, and I'm just wild. But anyway, if you don't know about Jackson, Mississippi, the EPA is going to visit there. Let me.
Bathe with it, but you got to wash you up, though. You got the pressure get low, the water rusty looking and look contagious, full of everything. You can't drink it, you're scared to bathe with it, but you got to wash you up, so you got to do what you can. And people use the word improvise, so you got to improvise. You got to do what's necessary. It's been going on too long. So now, since we done finally got the government in it, he might do something. We hope he do. Yeah, because we're looking for him too. The mayor can't do everything by himself. You got to have inside and outside help. And then you got to do something yourself. You got to play your part too. The city do what they think they doing, and then you got to do your part too. Everybody got something they got to do. One man can't do it.
I got 5 little grandchildren in there, and they drink like there's no tomorrow. And then I drink, then my husband drink, don't have the finance, the money to get water. Somebody needs to see about their seniors and bring us some water, because we don't have that kind of money. We can't keep going, and then when we get in line, then we get up there, it's all out. And see, by the time you get through with that 40 bottles of water, 24 bottles of water, that's not enough. They should ask you how many in your household. So it just, and I was just saying, somebody needs to see about their seniors, because we on a fixed income, we do not have the money to keep buying water.
So they brought the National Guard in.
Called my neighbor over here lived next door, Miss Ruth, and I told her, I said, come and look at this water. I said, now this water here, I put in here at the faucet. I said, look what it done turned. It's something green in the bottom of it, look like moss. So then I took another bag and did the same thing to it, but I put the pennies in the bottom of it. Nobody told me to do the pennies. I done them on my own. It was something I was trying out. And she said, "Oh my God," she said, "I'm not gonna let my children drink any more
Her
water
kids
out
were
of the water."
drinking that. The kids were drinking that water.
Bad water.
So I want to read that and then read this in conjunction with what we know about the water here in Baltimore. An estimated 85,087 occupied homes in Baltimore have dangerous lead hazards, according to a recent report from the Able Foundation, a local public policy think tank. Fixing the problem will cost between $2.5 billion and $4.2 billion, the report said. Meeting this need would require vast resources from federal, state, and local funders, as well as coordination across different levels of government and the private sector, wrote Luke Scrivener, the study's author. Lead is a neurotoxin that, according to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, has no known safe blood lead level in children. The potential consequences of being exposed to it are legion. The conditions lead has been linked. The conditions lead has been linked to include, but are not limited to, ADHD, reduced IQ, anemia, seizures, renal failure, and brain swelling. Thank you for the follow. Goofy people fear-mongering about how communism will create breadlines and we can't even get people safe water under capitalism. Exactly. The breadlines already fucking exist. People can't even get clean water in their houses. People can't get electricity. People can't get fucking medicine. People can't see a doctor. But because you have the choice between Pepsi or Coke, iPhone or Android, you think you have freedom in this country. And it's astounding to me, the anti-communist sentiment people have, especially when you look at other communist states and compare what those people got compared to what they had before their revolution. But the conditions lead has been linked to, but are not limited to, ADHD, reduced IQ, anemia, seizures, renal failure, and brain swelling. On the societal level, high rates of lead exposure correlate with increased crime and incarceration, lower earning potential, poor academic performance, and shortened lifespans. Who would white supremacists tell you a racial demographic would consist of that? Cagnadian, and now the government wants to privatize the water? Yeah, the government wants to privatize fucking water. All these people are going to try to start privatizing the fucking water. How the fuck do you own water? It's water. What, do you own the infrastructure for water? That's the scariest shit imaginable. The scariest shit that I can think of. One person or one corporation owns your ability to get clean fucking water on planet Earth. Only the rich get to drink. Guess you'll die. Yeah, I guess I'll die. Fuck no. The number of children who tested positive for elevated blood levels in Baltimore dropped an astounding 97% from 1992 to 2016. But that achievement means little to the remaining children and their families who may be dealing with mood swings, hearing loss, and poor impulse control from lead exposure. In Baltimore, lead-based paint hazards account for 78% of the remaining lead exposure risk, according to the Maryland Department of Environment. Hazard control, a less rigorous standard of lead paint intervention, is only an permanent solution that would require between $851 million and $1.4 billion to carry out, said Scrivener. I think my print just failed. I guess it's alright. What's up, the Humac? It shall be held in trust for the people in perpetuity. Water is a human right. Oh, let me let Dr. K in. What's up, Dr. K? They tried privatizing water in Latin America. Can't remember exactly which country, but the people had to revolt and end the water privatization. Yeah, Baltimore has a serious lead problem. Like, way more serious lead problem than other cities in America. It's very unique to Baltimore. This will probably get into it. Having adopted a measure to ban leaded paint as far back as 1950, Baltimore stands out as the American city that's fought to clean up lead for the longest time. So 1950. Blood lead levels have come down greatly because there have been a number of policies adopted with regard to paint, dust, soil, water, food, air, and the rest, said David Jacobs, chief scientist at the National Center for Healthy Housing. And those policies have worked, but we still need to do much more to finish the job. We're not quite there yet, he said. I know the house that I lived in, the last house that I lived in the city, was we couldn't grow anything in the soil. My roommate had to make himself a whole new soil bed on the opposite side of the yard because our soil was contaminated with lead, and they said nothing that we grew in that soil would be safe to eat. So, lead exposure has a centuries-long history. The ancient Greeks and Romans used lead, a malleable, rust-resistant, and naturally occurring element, to create water pipes and containers. Lead paint was later used on the canvases of artists and on home interiors and exteriors because of its durability. In the 1920s, leaded gasoline was introduced, and the particles from car exhaust, in addition to fouling the air, drifted to the ground and mixed with dust and soil where people, especially children, could ingest or inhale it. That's how it gets into the soil. For much of the time that lead has been in use, its dangers have been recognized. The ancients thought it caused constipation and pallid color. By the Industrial Revolution, its occupational hazards were so well known they received mention in the writings of Charles Dickens and Benjamin Franklin. In the early 20th century, scientists protested unsuccessfully against the addition of lead to gasoline, which today still contributes to significantly high lead levels in Americans. This is actually the Baltimore County flag behind me. It's not actually the Maryland flag, it's the Baltimore County flag. Lead paint in houses and office buildings was commonplace, and for decades, study of its health effects was largely dominated by lead industry-sponsored research, stifling scientific outcries about its risks until the 1960s. I'm from Baltimore County. Yo, Antithesis, thank you for the raid. Shout out to Antithesis. Thank you for the follow, Hilda Beast. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We're talking about the topic of conversation tonight is environmental racism and like how climate change is kind of going to influence that. And the city I live in, Baltimore, and my city historically has had a high incidence of what we could call environmental racism between the lead poisoning, which is what I'm talking about now, to fucked up water access. There's currently a boil advisory in effect for a section of the city that's southwest of where I am. But it's all a part of the same system. Those fuckers convinced everyone was safe and put in gasoline, so an entire generation grew up breathing lead in. Yeah, lots of lead paint still around. Yeah, this is about they're trying to do, like, Baltimore is the oldest city. Uh, so Baltimore, I'll just read it here. Baltimore stands out as the American city that's fought to clean up lead for the longest time. So we had lead paint banned here in 1950 because of how bad it was fucking up the population. Yeah, bread crochets. So this is lead levels in children. Since 1973, yeah, gotta love Posadabot. Yeah, that's why I didn't want to immediately ban them. Lead levels have declined dramatically over the last several decades through a combination of legislation, testing, education, and remediation. Today, at least in the United States, most of the remaining risk of exposure comes from paint inside the home. This happens largely as paint deteriorates and mixes with dust, for example, when painted surfaces are scraped in opening or closing windows and doors, or as people walk up and down stairs. It can also occur when homes are renovated or remediated without proper precautions. Children have also been known to eat lead paint chips, which taste sweet. Yeah. Children absorb lead into their bloodstream 4 to 5 times more quickly than adults. And black people absorb lead more efficiently than whites, research has found, putting them at particular risk. I wonder why that is. That's weird. I gotta click that. I'm curious about that. Black children absorb lead more readily into their blood and bones than white children, according to a researcher who says the phenomenon may be a consequence of genetic or biological differences between the races and could be one reason why African Americans have consistently higher average lead levels. Oh, this kind of smells like pseudoscience. It might just be because they fucking make us live in spots with lead more. Well, he adjusted for socioeconomic differences, it says. But see, like, I don't know what this, I don't know. I kind of regret opening that now. That's Pandora's box. I'm never going to stop thinking about that now. Anyway. Calcium, which can help protect against lead poisoning, is also absorbed more efficiently in blacks, studies find, but blacks living in cities tend to be calcium deficient and so are less protected. White people have been consuming lead for centuries, though. Facts. Scientists are still using race as a legitimate way to divide the population. Yeah, that's concerning. That study was from 2004, though, apparently, so you never know. If you're better at absorbing calcium on average, so I guess so here's here's how I'm steel manning that research, which is what I'm hoping it was. They took groups of self-identifying black people or people with black skin who are like of African descent, right? And of those people compared to other, like, we'll say European immigrants or people of European descent, white people, we were better at absorbing calcium on average compared to them, comparatively. But also, that's weird because of how, on average, we're more likely to be lactose intolerant. That, in conjunction with the food deserts in the city, kind of makes sense why black people living in cities would tend to be calcium deficient. Lead was used in skin bleaching. Oof. Damn. People who skin lighten might have lead poisoning. That would explain a lot. That would explain a lot. If you're better at absorbing calcium on average and you live in a lead containment environment, then you're going to have a higher blood lead concentration, said Bruce Lanphier, a professor at Simon Fraser University who researched the link between lead poisoning and race. Lanphier was also the co-author of a 1996 study that found that black households contain significantly higher amounts of lead dust than white households. There it is. Elizabeth one. You see what I did there? Yeah, chill out. Lead dust? Yeah. Yeah, like the lead particles mix with the dust and like get onto the floor and into the air and all that stuff. And round it goes, the epidemiology of childhood lead poisoning, 1950 to 1990. Barbara Burney, an emeritus associate professor at the City University of New York's School of Public Health, described the connection between housing, race, and health. Lead poisoning resulted from bad housing conditions, she wrote. Blacks were forced into bad housing by discrimination. The housing was allowed to deteriorate by gouging landlords and city housing officials who did little to eliminate the problem or protect the health of the children affected. Yeah, it's not a genetic disposition to lead poisoning, it's a societal disposition. Yeah, that's where I would go with that. That's what I thought, yeah. That's pretty much what that says.
A genetic disposition to lead poisoning is an incredible sentence to even, like, hypothetically.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like, okay, if black people are better, if our calcium uptake is better and lead fits into the same keyhole as calcium, that's still kind of a reach. And even if that's true, you still have to acknowledge the fact that we get forced into places where there's hella lead. Like, I don't know.
Naturally higher lead intake. Jesse, what the fuck are you talking about?
In Baltimore, 966 homes have been reported by the city as posing a risk of lead exposure. Although the Able Foundation report suggests the true number could be in the tens of thousands, naturally. They underestimate or underreport the problem. According to the report, the cost of reducing the lead in homes with known hazards would range from $9.7 million to $16.5 million, while abatement would cost between $29 million and $48.5 million. There were a few notorious slumlords in Baltimore. Can't remember their names now. They're interesting. Jared Kushner is currently a Baltimore slumlord, like buying up a bunch of property. I know the Cordish Company, like, those people own like a bunch of fucking property on the Inner Harbor and shit. Because I used to work at the ice cream shop / Starbucks at the Inner Harbor back in like 2018. Cordish is big, yeah, Cordish. But they're more like, they're not really like rental properties. They're more like commercial and like retail and, you know, business. The real money. It's just so, all this shit's so weird and greasy and just, I hate it so much. I hate capitalism. Let me check on my print really quick before I continue reading this.
Gonna get no pushback here, man.
Alright. I'm printing a Gengar. It should look pretty cool. Slumlord exists because of capitalism? Yes. I'm printing a Gengar. I have this nebula filament that looks like space. So I feel like if I printed a Gengar, it would look really fucking cool. Especially in the orientation that I have it printed in. Because I printed, here, I'll show you. I printed this, this Quake symbol. And you can see the color change in it. But then I printed this one flat, because I printed that one at a 45-degree angle, and it took like 6 hours. But I printed this one flat, and it only took like 3 hours. But the thing is you can't really see, like the color change in it is not as prominent until you look at it from the side. Then you can see the layer lines there change, but the faces of it are not really that color changey. Nah, I can only print with what the filament is in. And this particular filament is like a mix randomly of blue and purple and pink with some sparkles in it. So it's meant to look like a nebula. And it just kind of randomly color changes on whatever print you do. But most of the time I just print solid black, white, or red, because red happens to be the strongest color that you can print in terms of structural integrity. I have no clue why that is, but that's just how it works.
Weird.
Yeah. The Gengar pillow with the tongue that rolls out as a blanket, that is tough. A coat of UV resin can give you a better surface finish. Yeah. I have a resin printer. That's a resin printer behind me there. I just haven't figured out how to get a good print out of it yet. Red is the GOAT color. Red's just built different. It's true. It's not the same. It is different. But anyway, let's get back to... The ABLE study said that most lead inspections of homes and the documentation of hazards occur in reaction to cases of children who, through blood tests, are found to have elevated blood lead levels. The fact is most homes have not been inspected for lead paint hazards, Jacobs said about housing nationwide. And that's true. I feel like when you move into a spot, they don't immediately tell you about lead or anything like that. They just kind of hope that you don't ask. And if you do ask, they're going to pretend they don't know at first. Landlords in Maryland are supposed to meet a minimum reduction standard for lead paint and rental units built before 1978, the year that lead paint was banned in the United States, but they're not always up to the task. Camille Burke, director of the Baltimore City Health Department's Childhood Lead Poisoning Prevention Program, said the city sometimes files lawsuits to push the landlord to do what they should be doing. Despite the reluctance of some landlords, rentals still have more protections in place against lead than owner-occupied homes, said Joshua Sharfstein, a vice dean of public health at Johns Hopkins University. Removing lead from low-income homeowner-occupied housing is a huge opportunity, not only for health and stability, but intergenerational wealth transfer, said Ruth Ann Norton, the president and CEO of Green and Healthy Homes Initiative, a Baltimore nonprofit dedicated to reducing residential health hazards. Even though lead remediation techniques have improved over the years, it can still be an incredibly expensive investment for families. According to Burke, lead abatement projects can range anywhere from $5,000 to $100,000, and it can cost far beyond that depending on the age of the home. Landlords can deduct the cost of lead abatement as a business expense, but if you're a homeowner, low income or otherwise, you don't get to do that, so that doesn't seem fair, said Jacobs. That's pretty fucking wild. You can't get paid to, like, unlead your home. You just gotta fucking deal with the lead if you buy your house. That's pretty fucking, that's not very based. Imagine if we had a national healthcare system and kids could get tested as a matter of course. Imagine. Could you imagine? The devil's in the details. There is rarely an enforcement mechanism for those standards. They just wag their finger or issue a negligible fine. Yeah. And before you can even get there, someone has to report the problem, right? So if someone's living in a place like that and they can't move anywhere else and they're afraid to get kicked out, and they're already probably dealing with like exorbitant fucking late fees on their rent and shit because they don't know what their legal rights are, and even if they do, they're, as I stated, scared to get put out and not be able to find housing anywhere else. They're just going to eat that one. Baltimore's primary source of funding for lead intervention comes from the Federal Department of Housing and Urban Development's Office of Lead Hazard Control. In 2019, the city received $9.7 million in grants, but they come with limitations such as what type of housing they can be used for. The grants are also directed at shorter-term fixes as opposed to abatement projects. Even with increasing funding allocations from the federal government, the city is only scratching the surface of the widespread lead paint hazards, said Scrivener, the able study author. Other sources of funding include Medicare and Medicaid. Scrivener also suggested that Baltimore could follow the lead of lead-free families in Lancaster, Pennsylvania, a 10-year, $50 million childhood lead poisoning prevention initiative and the first to be initially funded entirely by a health care system. What will happen in that community is pretty immediate, said Norton, whose organization helped to design the initiative. When lead is abated, you start to see the changes in reading scores within 6 years, and you start to see the earning quotients change within a decade to a decade and a half. We know how to fix this problem, Jacobs said. The techniques are there, we just have to implement them. As Burke put it, having a safe, healthy space to live in is something that we all deserve. That's fucking wild. That is absolutely fucking wild. We only figured out lead paint is bad 60 years ago? I mean, yeah. And this is an abstract from, so this is the Wikipedia page for environmental racism in the United States. Down here in water pollution. A study published by the Annual Review of Public Health found that low-income communities and communities of color are more likely to have contaminated drinking water. This is that study here. This is just the abstract from the study. I'll drop the study link in chat if you guys want to read it. I know fucking doing that is weird, and reading studies is like not something all people are properly equipped to do. But just for a crumb, for a second, just look at the conclusion in the abstract, because the abstract is kind of just like the fucking like the cover letter of the study, right? If you're thinking of it as like a resume or whatever. But just the conclusion in the abstract here. We conclude with a discussion of the research and policy implications of environmental justice, arguing that a particularly salient feature of poverty for health consequences is exposure to multiple environmental risk factors. So basically what they're saying is, if you're poor, you're subject to being living in a place with high lead paint, or living next to a fucking pork factory with waste entering your groundwater, right? Or living next to a plant or factory where smog is going to give your kids asthma or whatever. These types of things, right? So a study published by, another study by a team of epidemiologists found that community water systems with higher nitrate concentrations tended to serve communities with higher proportions of Hispanic residents. Nitrates have been linked to cancer, reproductive problems, and death in infants. Those types of people, blacks, Latinos, lower class people, have the highest rates of both death during childbirth and infant mortality. Talks a little bit about the Flint water crisis. This particular example, as I was saying earlier, East Orosi, a small low-income Latino town in California's San Joaquin Valley. East Orosi, the groundwater is contaminated with nitrates due to fertilizer runoff at nearby farms. There is the chicken. There's a movie called The Bay that came out it's supposed to be about Cambridge, Maryland, but they call it Claridge, Maryland, about the chicken plant, the Tyson's chicken plant there. The runoff from the chicken plant going into the Chesapeake Bay. So let's look at the health effects. Environmental pollution has been found to cause physical and mental disabilities, cancer, and asthma. Exposure to industrial chemicals have correlated with increased cancer rates, learning disabilities, and neurobehavioral disorders. Some industrial chemicals have been identified as endocrine disruptors, which means they interfere with the functioning of hormones. Endocrine disruptors have been linked to attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, Parkinson's disease, Alzheimer's disease, metabolic disorders, diabetes, cardiovascular disease, obesity, and infertility. Thank you for the follow. Purdue, not Tyson's, Purdue. That's what I meant, Purdue. Endocrine. Yeah, I was just pronouncing it like that for no reason. There's a strong link between cancer and childhood exposure to pesticides, solvents, and other toxic substances. Non-white populations, especially black Americans, are exposed to a higher concentration of harmful chemicals than white populations. High emissions in majority black areas may contribute to the high prevalence of conditions such as cardiovascular disease, mortality, and asthma in black populations. A row of industrial plants in Louisiana has now been dubbed Cancer Alley due to the high prevalence of cancer cases in the surrounding communities. This area is about 50% African American and has a 20.7 poverty rate. That's close to Baltimore. Shit. One study found that rates of stomach cancer, diabetes, and heart disease were significantly higher in Cancer Alley and in Louisiana than the United States overall. Since the 1700s, power companies have dumped coal ash into pits and ponds, especially in the southeast. Coal ash is mostly composed of lead, arsenic, selenium, and mercury. Each of these minerals individually are unsafe for the human body, but scientists are unsure of how harmful the components are combined. Thank you for the subscription. Deculturation. Sheesh. Mercury, for example, can damage reproductive health. Lead causes developmental disorders. Arsenic can lead to rashes and lesions. Christina Zerold, an environmental health scientist and epidemiologist, concluded that there are clusters of cancer around coal ash sites where workers are exposed. However, scientists have not been able to prove a direct link between coal ash and cancer. Measuring coal ash's impact on a control group would be dangerous and unethical, so researchers have had to extrapolate based on their current knowledge of toxins. Researchers have observed that the placement of a coal ash dump near a community causes dramatic increases in cancer rates and neurological issues among children. Low-income households and people of color are often unable to afford adequate health care to treat pollution-related health problems. One study found that 34% of adults live without health care coverage in a primarily African-American, low-income neighborhood in Chicago. So that's over a third of people don't have health insurance there. This results in the compounding of health issues within these communities and exacerbates a cycle of poverty. Sickness eats up money, often forcing families to sell assets to pay off medical debt and or quit a job to take care of family members. It also results in less money to pass down to children or share with local organizations such as schools. And that's how they treat those neighborhoods and those people on a good day when things are going gravy, right? That's the system functioning as it should. As we hurtle further and further into fucking climate chaos, right? As the planet gets more and more fist fucked by human activity, and we start to see things like sea level rise and soil depletion and these sorts of things. What up, Globus? Yeah, exactly, Humac. But anyway, natural disasters have historically had a larger impact on poor African Americans than wealthy whites. For example, black people were disproportionately affected by Hurricane Katrina. Predominantly black communities were more likely to be located in low-lying areas that were more vulnerable to flooding. Evacuation plans were insufficient for populations without access to a car. At the time, over a third of New Orleans African American residents did not have cars. Over a third of the people. The city also only had 1/4 the number of buses that would have been necessary to evacuate all carless residents, and many buses were lost during the flooding, so they didn't stand a chance. The disorganized response to the storm and flooding also disproportionately affected black victims. Michael D. Brown, the head of the Federal Emergency Management Agency, was not aware of starving crowds at the New Orleans Convention Center until he heard about it on the news, which is absolutely fucking insane. Deliveries of supplies to the convention center did not arrive until 4 days after Katrina hit. Another example is the 1928 Okeechobee hurricane, the first Category 5 hurricane officially recorded in the Atlantic. The storm devastated much of the southern coast of Florida, but hit low-lying black migrant worker communities particularly hard. In fact, over 75% of the 3,000 recorded deaths were black migrant workers. Wow. Most black bodies were burned or buried in mass graves. Jesus Christ. The towns of Belglade, Pahokee, and South Bay were virtually wiped off the map. Wow. Natural disasters have also been used as an opportunity to oppress African Americans. Ooh, interesting coincidence. For example, during the Great Mississippi Flood of 1927, whites were evacuated while African Americans were placed into disaster relief concentration camps and forced to work while being held at gunpoint. Huh, that's very interesting. Very interesting history. Just like we did with COVID. I mean, what did they do? They sent all the retail workers back to work so that people could go get their jalapeno poppers and eat at fucking Subway and Red Lobster with no mask on. I was a hotel worker. I quit my fucking job because I refused to be subjected to that shit. Too goofy. Love it when people try to say there's no racism in America in the face of all this evidence. It's people that just don't, like, people that think that interpersonal racism is just as important or like means anything, or that like people who want to focus on power when it comes to conversations about race, that we're weird because fucking white people or light-skinned people getting cyberbullied on the internet is just as important to talk about as people getting murdered by police or not having access to fucking water. Or it's absolutely fucking asinine. And they'll try to turn around and say that I think all of those things are the same as like a black person just like dating a white person, because they have no clue what the fuck they're talking about. Racism is when you think you're better than someone else. Yeah, I mean, sure, that's true, kinda, but like, I can't make you work at gunpoint while a fucking hurricane is destroying your town. That's exclusively white people that can do that kind of shit. People really do think that the Civil Rights Act of 64 and 67 just magically solve racism forever. At worst, with the conservatives who just want to be racist, right? But at best, this is why there's no fucking such thing as allies, right? And the conversation is happening about specific people being racist or not racist, right? Is because while these systems are still at play, if you want to do shit that's sus, you have to take the criticism of being considered part of that system. Right on, Portland is burning. What's up, Kiss 931? We had a black president? Yeah, I mean, if I wanted to fucking, let's say, if I wanted to use the word bitch, like just constantly, knowing that we exist in like a patriarchal structure, that misogyny is alive and well, and that most, if not all, men have a certain degree of internalized misogyny, whether they checked it or not, right? I would have to be accepting of the criticism that, okay, yes, it is acting, even if it's quote unquote ironic misogyny, it's still misogyny, right? And I was actually on a panel with certain people who were trying to do the fucking Goku dodge about the racist shit, about just dropping straight up hard R's on the internet, right? People who just straight up dropping hard R's and then trying to sweep that shit under the rug, right? I've been on panels with these people where I've spoken about my thoughts and jokes and shit that I would say when I was like in my teens and shit, as a person who was indoctrinated and inculcated into misogynist culture, right? Being a black man in the fly in the milk experience, part of that is trying to establish yourself in that kind of power dynamic, to assert yourself as superior to like white women or whatever, or women in general, because black men have a weird fucking thing, right? So like, we spoke about that kind of shit, and it's not even me self-reporting, because I'm literally talking about myself. If I'm like extrapolating or projecting or whatever, sure, I don't necessarily think that this is like a unique experience to me, or that I was uniquely misogynistic. I've spoken to other members of the community about these types of things on these panels about masculinity and how to interact to combat patriarchy and not be a part of that power structure, right? Or to call it when you see it, right? So it would be really fucking weird if whenever people, say for example, someone found like a weird ass MySpace bulletin I found from when I was in high school talking about like how women need to get in the kitchen or some shit like that, right? If someone found that, first of all, you can't find that kind of shit. There's no way to find it. It doesn't exist, because why would I fucking let that kind of shit be and hang out there? But if someone did find it and they were like, yo, what the fuck is this? I would just straight be like, yeah, I felt that way at the time. And then we would have a conversation about ways that I've changed and the work that I've put in to establish that change in myself, but also demonstrate to other people that, hey, I'm actually for the cause. Part of that being not engaging in fucking misogynistic behavior, ironic or otherwise, when the opportunity, even when the opportunity super presents itself, right? I used to defend capitalism too. Hot take, abolish men? I mean, low key. Guys, I want to be racist, but we solved that back in the 60s, yeah. 350 years of a system can evaporate overnight. Yeah, a system that still exists. Didn't Bellamy Ray bring this up with Kethels? I don't know. I was trying not to reference anyone directly, but if we're going there, I mean, yeah. I think that it's weird that Keffels would preemptively ban lots of different black trans women in the community. That's just a really fucking weird look. Like, imagine if someone found, let's say for example, someone found that bulletin of me talking about how all women should get in the kitchen. One person is talking about it, so I just start preemptively banning all of the like vocal women in the space. It's just, I don't know. It's a weird fucking look. The importance in humanity is the human full of politics. Forget it. What? I don't know. A lot of people got shotgun banned when Keffels was trying to lock her community down. This is recent though. Yeah, I remember, because I remember the whole Sansol and like Posada Bot, the whole Posada Bot ban thing. I remember a lot of people got randomly subjected to that ban wave, but I'm not entirely sure if that's, I mean, this could be the case here, but then that's even more sus, right? It's like you're banning all of the followers of this person. This person in this case being, well, you know. Did I have the convo with the Portland dude? No, not yet. Reject great person theory, as the normies say, don't meet your heroes. Yeah, like, there are people that I'm inspired by because of the circumstances. Not necessarily because I think there's anything intrinsic to them or that, like, there's anything particularly special about them. It's just the fact that they were able to rise above those particular circumstances. Like, I feel like the people that I admire for being great and the way that I believe that they are great is something that could be accomplished by really any other person besides them. The drink I just had, the Arizona Fruit Punch, it is. I love the Arizona Fruit Punch. I was gonna go ahead and start playing Dead by Daylight, but if he wants to talk to me, then I'm just gonna wait for him because I don't like to. You know what I mean? I don't like to fucking do the whole play video games and talk to people, whatever. I don't know what this dude Portland wants to talk to me about. He said he wants to come in and talk to me in good faith, so who knows? If we're just having a conversation, which is what I always try to do, then I'm down for wherever the conversation might lead. I can game and talk at the same time. It's rude. Like, I'll do it with people that I know, like people that are coming over and hanging out or whatever, and we spend time together all the time, so they don't care that I'll game while I talk to them while we rap or whatever. Or like, people that I'm actually gaming with online, and like someone happens to join the Discord server or whatever and want to talk to us while we're gaming. But like straight up, like I'm meeting someone, they're trying to get some information from or about me or vice versa. Like, yeah, that shit's fucking rude. Like, to just be straight fucking gaming, like, it means you're not even considerate of the other person. You just are like, you know what I mean? You're not trying to listen to anything they're trying to say. You're not trying to hear them out. You just have some like talking points that you're going to come through and try to shotgun and like try to weasel them into little fucking positions to try and get clips for YouTube and shit. Like, you are doing content shit. You're farming. You know what I mean? You're going to debate me so hard, I feel it. Is he an anarchist or something? I don't think he's an anarchist. I think he is a conservative. But he can... I'll do what I did with STV Philly, right? When STV Philly came through, where I just let him tell you about himself. Yeah, if you're Dead by Daylight's almost finished, we can play after I have this conversation. I got a Gengar on the printer. Yeah, Portland is burning. That's who I'm about to talk to. Is this person cool? Yeah, I'm trying to make this Gengar for my boy Alex. Shout out Alex. He was a dope artist. He was on one of Catarana's Black History Month panels with us. Anarchists are good people unless we're talking about people. Those people aren't real anarchists, though. They're fucking keyboard anarchists. They're anarchitties, straight up. They haven't fucking done anything with any of their local organizations. They don't know anybody. They don't even know who the fuck their neighbors are. They have fucking social anxiety, right? They're not real anarchists. Hello, I speak English. I can't read that. I'm sorry, Salat. He's always in F-bombs chat? Right on. I mean, we can figure out on whatever it is that you want me to make, how much filament it's gonna require and how much time it's gonna take and how much cleanup, basically how much of a pain in the ass it's gonna be for me. I'm selling these. I'll show you. I got these Hello Kitty planners for 15. I'll probably do 20 for shipping. And I got these Vaporeons for 10. It won't have infill though. So you won't have that cross-hatching pattern. These are the most recent things I printed. These Quake symbols. One is like multicolored, but I printed the other one flat, so the only multicoloring is in the layer lines there. But I printed these to hang on the wall or something. Quad damage. And I got this Gengar printing behind me right now. Twitter anarchists, they seem cool. You're an anarchist with social anxiety, but you don't use Twitter. I'm also a social anxiety anarchist. I am an anarchist with social anxiety, but one of my friends cooks for Food Not Bombs, and I've done a bunch of like fundraiser shows and stuff. The purple is sweet. Yeah, it's a filament called Nebula. It's like a mix of blue, purple, and pink. The Quake logo did come out. This is how it came out. Thank you for the follow, Cyan Scientist. It's a beautiful print in terms of like structure and like how it's designed, but the only color change is in this dimension here. You see the purple in the middle? You can't really tell the color change on the lid and the bottom. That's why I kind of really liked printing this one at a 45-degree angle, because you can really see the color change in this one here. Quake works in VR? Nice. Twitter anarchists only read white theorists? Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. So many people just centering your politics around like ancient shit is folly, honestly. You definitely have to have a modernized worldview. But it's cool that this Quake one came out the way that it did. I think I'm gonna try to put an LED in it and make it like a wall lamp. You know what I mean? You're tired of white leftists? Yeah, me too. Me fucking too. I'm tired of white leftists more white than leftist, is what I'm tired of. But reprogram the print to print top to bottom along a path. Maybe. White leftists are fine, these fucking libs. I mean, it depends on the white leftist, right? Like, if we're talking about, like, the actual OG cool conservatives, like the white anarchists, like, of yore, like, from the days of yore, like the classic American fucking immigrants, like the Irish and fucking Italian immigrants, like anarchists who fucking threw dynamite at police and actually got into shootouts with Pinkertons and shit. Yeah, those white leftists are based as fuck. Talking about like John fucking Brown and that type of shit. Yeah, I fuck with white leftists heavy, but you understand what all of those white leftists have in common, and that's the amount of work that they were willing to put in. That's why we say there's no such thing as allies, only accomplices. So said, I feel that, Brett Crochets. Like, so it's like, yeah, kind of, that's a thing too, some dumb, where like, if you identify as white, that in and of itself is a self-report to me. Because we know that whiteness isn't real. There's no such thing as white people. There's a bunch of different ethnic backgrounds that you could be from, whether we're talking about like Norway or fucking Lithuania or fucking Estonia or whatever. Like, white people come in all kinds of different ethnicities, but like white people conceptually, like as a class, like, yeah, if you identify strongly as white, that's pretty fucking sus, because it means you don't understand white supremacy. That's at best. At worst, it means you do understand white supremacy, so you know the benefits from identifying as white and buying into white culture. You know who's cool based on how they react to being called out? Yeah. A lot of people accuse people being clout chasers, and it's weird to me that in a conversation where I called someone out and they conceded that my call out was warranted, 15 minutes into our conversation, people are coping so hard, we're still talking about the other hour and 15 minutes that happened after that. I feel it. If it's acknowledgement of white privilege, I guess. Whiteness literally steals the heritage of white people and it sucks. Well, that is what whiteness is, and that's kind of the point that we've been trying to get across about this whole goofy everyone's going to be tan in the future thing, is because they're self-reporting. They're centralizing race to skin color, right? They're confusing race as a scientific concept, which is literally just skin color, with race as a social concept, which is a class signifier, right? So, when you say that everybody's going to be the same tan color, cool, but everybody is also, you would have to be implying heavily that everyone would also have the same culture if racism was supposed to disappear, right? So whose culture is that? Whose culture would that be? Would I ever debate Young Don? I don't really do debates, but I mean, sure, I guess I'll try anything once. Who do I think is pulling their weight on the white leftist side for being an actual ally or accomplice, was it? I couldn't tell you. I don't really pay attention to a whole lot of what they do. My favorite online, like, white person is probably Frackle. Frackle, Tegma, Big Richard Lizardman is Jewish, so he's kind of white, sort of. But I say that not because I fucking, before we even get in, because I know the Blittler shit is popping off. That is not what I believe. I'm not an anti-fucking Semite. Had to argue with a Vosh fan a few days ago who said whiteness means you have white skin. Couldn't believe a leftist would say that incredibly ignorant shit. I mean, whiteness, yeah. It's just, people don't understand what white supremacy is, how people can interface with it. They clearly haven't read a lot of the books like fucking like Black Skin, White Mass, or like Race Without Racists. Or fuck, what the fuck is that book titled? I don't know. People have quoted that shit to me with dope shit from it. It's on my list. I've read a lot of other shit, though. Such a good essay, yeah. That right there, if you want to understand that. Frackle is like a mini John Brown, ACAB, based. Any big white leftist streamer YouTube personality is most likely not an accomplice. Yeah, absolutely. Because here's the other thing, right? Is there's so much money to be made, and there's so much status, and there's basically so much to gain from just saying the status quo is quite good, actually. That's why these motherfuckers are so horned up to tell you to, like, vote for the Democrats and shit. Black Skin, White Masks by Frantz Fanon, yes. Or The Wretched of the Earth. That one's a good one. What do I think about the Groyper / Fuentes being on Destiny with Abba and Gideon? I don't know. I don't know who any of those people are. I know who Nick Fuentes and the Groypers are, and I know who Destiny is, and you know, them hanging out and being cool doesn't surprise me because they're all like conservatives and like low-key white supremacists. They believe in the superiority of white culture. It's just that one of them thinks it's due to genetics and the other one thinks it's due to just because people just have superior culture. Hillary ran on America has always been great. Yeah. For sure. Bluetooth headphones that charge in the case. Nice. The Wretched of the Earth is pretty heavy. Content warning. It is pretty heavy. I want to read that book live, and I want to read Medical Apartheid live at some point, which is also quite heavy. Just so you guys have a content warning for that as well. Your address is going to be 312? That's sweet. Do I think Fuentes is a scab or possibly a real threat in the future? I don't, So, like, Nick Fuentes is not trying to do anything politically that hasn't been done before. That's number one. Number two, he wanes in relevance daily. It's just that people like Destiny make him relevant again by using him to sustain their own relevance, right? This is the Destiny formula. He looks and sees, oh shit, my views are dipping. Let me say the N word with the hard R, or fucking come at Keffels, or some weirdo shit like that. And suddenly everybody's talking about him again because what a piece of shit this guy is, and blah blah blah. It's so boring, like it's so predictable at this point, and it's just like another aspect of it. Him gallivanting around with Nick Fuentes, so everybody will talk about how he's gallivanting around with Nick Fuentes, and I'm just like, I don't want to buy into it. We're doing it right now because you're talking about it in chat, but like I feel like nobody else really in chat would really disagree with that take. When you saw Destiny chilling with Nick Fuentes, that old German saying about the Nazi at the table is ringing loudly in my head. I mean, yeah. Ginny is interesting. I think he might be low-key leftist, but not an intersectional one, so I don't know what to say on him. I mean, if you're not intersectional, then you're not a leftist. You're still a white supremacist, low-key, or a supremacist for whatever. White leftist / lib streamers benefit from coddling edgy white boys, co-opting the language of alt-right, and making an alt-right to DNC show pipeline. Yeah. It's almost like the reverse Ratchet, but there's like a fucking like low head dam that never gets anyone further than like Bernie Sanders. You might be like a former fucking graper or like a teenage edgelord who gets into politics, and then like you're just into Bernie Sanders. You like are embarrassed that you used to say the N-word. You want to be cool with the cool people, your favorite famous like YouTube leftist or whatever. So you stop saying the N-word and rebuke your conservative past and talk a bunch of shit about your family members that you never actually challenge. And, you know, then you get to be a famous pet, like a Hunter Avalon or something. I stopped using the Pepe when, like, it sucks that they do that, but once Nazis touch something, it's poisoned. Freckle, so the food not bombs thing you mentioned, we looked into it, should have no legal issues, giving out food and water at a polling place. We're going to do that and also hand out some informational stuff about food not bombs with food / housing security issues to people showing up to vote. That's kind of perfect, honestly. That's like, just like a perfect intersection to keep it 1,000 with you. Shout out to Comrade Freckle for actually doing the work. They hope to pipeline them to DNC, but I don't think it works. I think a lot of them are more stopgates for people that might have leftist views. Yeah. I think it's socially the same effect as when like Democrats try to appeal to conservatives, not understanding that conservatives will never fucking compromise with them and will always stamp their heels in the dirt and will never move from any of their positions. It will always be the Democrats making concessions to them. Likewise with the online left and these neo-Nazis and shit, like they're it's not even that they're making concessions, they're just straight up like, yeah, it's okay if you say the N-word with the hard R sometimes, as long as it's ironic or a joke or funny or whatever. You can totally just say a hard R, you know what I mean? And we'll even still consider you a leftist if you explain it properly enough, and we can accept the explanation if we're prime enough to accept the explanation, you know what I mean? But yeah, even you could just straight up tell us you use the N-word in private company with the hard R, and, you know, you're still a leftist because we really want you to be, because we live vicariously through you. It's the first FMB project you've spearheaded. I mean, the whole thing about Food Not Bombs is that it's decentralized and there doesn't really have to be any leaders or like organizers or whatever, so I mean it's guaranteed to go well. If you have people who are passionate about that organization around you, then yeah, it'll always be strength and solidarity. But I could understand nervousness if it's like, if it was your idea to do it, you know what I mean, and you're kind of like doing the logistics of it in real life, like organizing it in real life. But I'm sure it'll be fine. It'll be, you have the support of your comrades, you know what I mean? So you'll be fine, I'm sure. You think he was infiltrated by feds and Cozy is just a big honeypot? I would like, so the feds are Nazis. So it's just like I don't understand when people talk about like when people talk about neo-Nazis and conservatives and stuff getting infiltrated by the feds. It's just like, what are they infiltrating themselves? What, they're just like spying on each other at the Klan meeting? Like I don't get it. The feds have been white supremacists since the feds were invented. There was this weird push in like the 80s and 90s to try to sanitize that image, so they made white supremacy more about stochastic terrorists and lone wolves to kind of try to hide the fact that so many white supremacists were in high positions of power within the United States government in the 80s and 90s to try to further that post-racial society image. And a lot of racism itself, like white supremacy itself, took a different form because it was a lot of the Vietnam vets coming home and finding positions in police departments and so on and so forth, and perpetuating that narrative, that poison that they were infected with. Naziception, yeah. Sus about anyone who uses any variation of Pepe? Yeah, Pepe users. I rocked on Stardust interview. I guess. I don't want to talk about Stardust because there's something weird with her. She's got something going on. What is Food Not Bombs? So Food Not Bombs is an anarchist organization that's dedicated first and foremost to feeding the people, period. If you need food, get some. If you're hungry, eat. That's it. But it's not even just that itself as an anarchist organization. The Food Not Bombs is dedicated not just to feeding the people, but like to creating a world where Food Not Bombs is not necessary anymore. Democracy sausage, yeah. It's no problem. Portland is burning. You can. The dad stuff is more important than anything we got going on in here. So. Endless mega cope? Nah, it's endless mega cock in your fucking throat, because now you can't even speak. Because you got my dick in your fucking throat. Fuck out of here, you fucking bozo. What do you really hope to accomplish by coming in my shit, talking shit like that? I acknowledged you. Ha ha ha. Damn. Crazy. You will never speak in this shit again. There's 2 recent cases of very local neo-Nazis nearly winning elections in 2 states just this year, but sure, we live in a post-racial society, LOL. Yeah, I mean, if there's no black people in the future because it happened consensually and not because neo-Nazis are fucking cutting our water off and forcing us to work labor camps during hurricanes, then, you know, it's cool. Let's just focus on that hypothetical and ignore the fucking reality, the historical precedent and likely future of the other. What's the issue with Stardust? No issue. We just don't talk about her here. Food Not Bombs is an example of the dual power we should all aspire to build. Exactly. Is the convo with Portland dude tonight? Yes. No problem. Scientist. What's up? There's a robot in my room. In Twitch or what? It's making Pokemans. Oh, you're talking about, yeah. Yeah, I'm making a Gengar back there. Stark Raving 666. What up? Thanks for the follow. Not familiar with the players, Basic Cry Guy? Yeah, I feel it. Who's Portland dude? Someone who wants to talk to me. What's the convo going to be about? I don't know. Whatever he wants to talk about. I'm going to play, after we have this conversation, I'm going to play Dead by Daylight. Thank you for the follow. For those of you who are new to my channel who don't know who I am, I'm Endless Cemetery. I'm kind of infamous at this point, but despite popular belief, I am a black anarchist. I'm an anarcho-communist with anarchotic tendencies. I despise all forms of states and nationalism and so on and so forth. I believe in abolition of the police state, abolition of the carceral system, abolition of gender, abolition of patriarchy, abolition of all unjust hierarchies and hegemony. I am anti-war to the core. I don't fuck with war at all. Any type of support for war making is bullshit to me. I have nothing but the utmost respect to the actual aid workers and street medics and on the ground people who are helping to support people who are most impacted by the consequences of imperialism around the world. I am anti-capitalist, staunchly anti-capitalist. I believe you cannot be anti-racist without being anti-capitalist and vice versa. Satellite of love. So do you think electoral politics can achieve socialism in the United States of America? Absolutely not. We are not going to vote socialism into the most anti-socialist country on the face of the planet. It's absolutely not going to happen. It'll happen through dual power, where we build solidarity with one another through labor unions and mutual aid and so on and so forth, and we grow beyond the confines of the system of the United States government, and establish adequate self-defense to protect from overreach of an oppressive government. But yeah, you're not going to vote socialism into the United States. I hate to break it to you. Yeah, I don't do the blood sport or the debate stuff on this channel, honestly. What up, Nova the Red Witch? What about wars to end slavery? That's self-defense. That's not really a war. It's that would be called self-defense. In other words, Endless Cemetery is extremely fucking based. Thank you, Kenny Krieger. Poor, not war. Yeah, I support the poor. I don't support the war. Wars to stop genocides will be called self-defense. Yeah, those types of events come from the people. If it's the people organically doing liberation movements, then yeah, that's self-defense. It's not a fucking state with a state-sanctioned military deciding to send that military to other nations or states for other resources, or because they have differences in culture or whatever. Liberation movements often then become state power if they're successful. That's true. I think the inaction of NATO was okay during Rwanda. What the fuck are you talking about, dude? Liberation movements often then become state power if they're successful because, first of all, that has never happened in the United States of America. There is no liberation movement that has become state power in the United States of America. There have been liberation movements that have been co-opted by state power. I'm thinking specifically of the breakfast program that the Black Panthers implemented, but in terms of successful liberation movements in the United States, there hasn't been one yet. And that's probably why other liberation movements around the world become state power, is because then they have to do self-defense against an entire fucking state itself in the form of the United States. Because as we know, the United States is not particularly fucking fond of socialist states. And how you jump to NATO in action during Rwanda being okay is like such a weird fucking leap in logic that I'm tempted to just time you out now. But it's nuanced. That's why, given the situation at hand, will you support state powers stopping genocides through war? That's not really war now, though, is it? Like, I mean, if you end up in a war, like if they're genociding their population, you send a peacekeeping force there and they start shooting at you, that's kind of different, right? It's not the same as me going out on the street and looking for a fight as me defending myself if I get punched in the face. That's why the statement "end all wars" sounds naive. It's because you're interpreting it in a really fucking ridiculous, reductio ad absurdum way. That's why it sounds naive. It sounds naive because you want it to sound naive. If you understand the difference between walking outside and trying to fist fight every single person that you encounter on the street and defending yourself after someone punches you in the face, then you understand the take of no more war. And it's really that simple. Yeah. There has never been a war waged to end a genocide. That's just like... It is beyond the scope, yeah. Is it paradoxical that a stateless society would be at jeopardy from the attacks of other states? I'm not understanding how you would have a stateless world order. No. So, if you have let's say we have a revolution in Cuba, you're right next door to a fucking giant state that doesn't like revolutions. Right? NATO intervention in Coast... Dog. What? I'm just going to time you out. You can have 10 minutes to argue with yourself about whatever fucking hypotheticals that you want to wander off to. Matter of fact, make it 30. Whatever hypotheticals you want to wander off to in your head, whatever points you want to make, and whatever fucking dots you want to fucking dot and fucking needles you want to thread, by all means, take the next 30 minutes to do that, my friend. But do it with your motherfucking self. What up, the urban youth? U.S. would embrace a Cuban revolution. They tried to start several. I doubt that. So that's what I don't get about anarchism. How can you be the first anarchist state and survive? You can't really. You kind of have to employ communism. Like, you have to... And this is why I tell people to read, like, Black Shirts and Reds and shit. Like... For other countries, it's different because you would have to defend yourself. So you have to have an organized military, period. And there are consequences to that. Like, if we overthrew the United States government here, we would really have no threat to our way of life. Like say, for example... there was like some socialist vanguard party, like the DSA or the PSL or something, just overtook all of the physical infrastructure existing that belonged to the United States government. We would be set. Like, what the fuck is anyone really going to do to topple the whatever socialist democratic leader that we have put in place, right? We're just gonna shoot fucking nukes at them until we have nuclear disarmament. Yeah, and it's also not my job to... That's another good thing. Like, I can present ideas. If you want to have a conversation with me in good faith, and, like, we're just rapping and, like, coming off the top of the dome and just kind of seeing what sticks and what sounds cool, that's cool. But if you're asking me for all the fucking answers because... you are completely unconvinced, or you believe I have a naive worldview, or you're not going to engage me in good faith, then fuck out of here. It's not my job to be the fucking encyclopedia of anarchist answers for liberals or conservatives or whoever. Anarchism is not the solution. It's the other side of the coin. We need to stop capitalism. Exactly. Name one state where communism has worked. What's your standard of working? Because if by working you mean uplift multiple people out, like thousands of people out of poverty and horrible conditions, I would say a lot of communist states, at least their revolutions were pretty successful. Right on, Portland. Yeah, go for it, Freckle. Come through, please. By all means. Talk on international relations. Yeah, please do, Ruhan. Because, like, that's the other thing is, like, I'm not fucking from any of these other countries. I'm from America, and my takes on communism and anarchism and so on and so forth are based in American politics, in American history, and my lived experience. So if you have some fucking questions about Rwanda or fucking Kosovo or Kuwait or whatever the fuck you want to go back and forth with yourself about, then yeah, do that with yourself, because I'm not going to take that ride with you. It doesn't work. You know what else doesn't work? Your fucking keyboard, because now you're quiet for the next 10 minutes.
Yeah. So, a lot of this is rooted in just a fundamental misunderstanding of anarchism and what a stateless society means. Because
Right.
a lot of people just seem to believe that just means, oh well, there's actually absolutely no glue binding society together, whereas anarchists as an anarchist society would absolutely rely on cooperative efforts that people have agreed upon largely,
Right.
including mechanisms to defend what has been built. These things are things that would develop organically, and where they have been attempted, we see massive efforts by capitalist nations to usurp and disrupt and destroy them. And if they would fail on their own, you wouldn't see that sort of influx of intervention. Now, what is really frustrating about that is people use that to point to it and say, well, it just can't work. But it's something that people just kind of naturally trend to when they're not fucked with. Like, if
Right.
you just
I was just about to say, because Anarchy Kitchen just said it, and I was thinking it, and I was, because you're Frackle and you always lay it out. I was hoping you get there, but I'm gonna jump in and cut you off this one
Yeah, yeah.
time. It's literally just giving the power that's supposed to be in the hands of the community back to them and taking it away from the state. That's all it fucking is. It's allowing people to decide where their kids can, what type of education their kids can have, the conditions that their children can live under, and the type of world that they leave to their children to inherit, right? So all the resources and stuff that the police would have to come through and fucking arrest everyone and lock everyone up and bust skulls and kill people would go to fucking youth facilities for basketball games and fucking art and music and learning and that type of stuff that's actually fucking beneficial to the community, for community gardens, for fucking all the stuff that liberals and all pay lip service to. But when they want that shit to actually get done, they're too scared to go all the way with it. They're too scared to say completely get rid of the United States government and give all that power back to the people. They believe in their heart of hearts that people on their own devices, and it comes from this really fucking individualistic mindset and worldview, where they hear anarchism and they don't think community the way that we do. They don't immediately think my neighbors, my family members, my best friends, my bandmates, my fucking comrades, right? They think themselves in a shack in a castle somewhere with a bunch of freeze-dried meat and a bunch of guns, just alone, right? With fucking
and a lot of that
yeah.
a lot of that is rooted in how, especially in the United States and Canada and Australia, any sense of community has been utterly destroyed. And that's why we have such a weak left is with the atomization out into suburbia and such. You don't have neighbors that you have close relationships with. They're all the way the fuck over there. You get in your car, you drive out of your garage, you go where you're going, you get what you need to come, you come back. You don't interact with people. You don't have a community. So there's no frame of reference to understand what community-oriented power looks like.
It's because their
and
communities are
it's-
online. It consists of a bunch of people who
Yeah.
probably say the N-word, so they're scared shitless of the community having power.
Yeah, but like this is all driven by policy, like very deliberate policy to make us all isolated, all weakened as a result of our isolation,
Right.
because people who stand alone don't have power, straight up, and and
Ape
to
together strong.
yeah, honestly, and to make us more reliant on capitalism, where we have to own everything in our own household, even though there's no need for that. You
There's
used to be
really no
able to
need
go.
for you to own a car. Like
No, or
my
to own a
car.
laundromat.
Right.
Like,
Yeah.
like,
Like my car right now is just sitting on the street.
mm-hmm.
And I used to
Yeah.
do Uber and stuff, but I use my car probably 3 or 4 hours out of the day, but I own it. It's mine. I don't know.
Back in the '60s, something like 70% of students reached school by bike,
Yep.
and they would bike together and shit. Like, this is, and this speaks of communities that were more centralized, that actually lived closer to each other and actually interacted more with each other, because you wouldn't be able to do that, like if you live that far too far away.
Right.
So anyway, I just wanted to. I sometimes I can't type fast enough to get thoughts out.
I
I
feel that
appreciate you.
I relate to that heavily. I read super fast and I can type super fast, but sometimes you just want to get it out there.
Yeah, yeah,
You're always welcome here.
yeah. So this is all a lot of the subject of the video essay that I'm working on currently, which
Mm.
is the atomization of and systemic destruction of communities, culture, and language within the United States, and how that
Ooh.
relates to the manufacture of whiteness. Um,
Ooh, String Puller might be interested in that because he was talking about how the schools in America are just white people factories.
yeah, yeah, and like there are 100%, there are parallels that can be drawn between um, the coercive nature of reliance on cars and residential schools themselves, because
Right.
all of them are about isolating you and making you live as a product of capitalism,
A
where
cog in the machine.
your only culture is your job.
Yep.
Yeah.
Someone asks you, what do you do? Your first instinct is to say what you do for work.
Yeah, yeah, it is. Not your hobbies, not your interests, not you have no identifying feature except your job.
Your only worth, your only usefulness stems from your ability to generate capital for someone else.
Hmm. And the other thing is the other really key part of this, and this is really dangerous, and but the only community centers that are in like every suburban neighborhood are white Protestant churches. Like that's
Yup.
the de
Yep.
facto community center that exists all over the country.
Yep.
Everything else gone. Places to hang out gone. Places to go to the pool, places to play games together, to just meet up after
Arcades,
work.
even.
Arcades, yeah, just gone. Protestant churches, yes, communities still gather there, and that's why they have an outsized influence. White Protestant churches.
Yeah.
Frackle, I'm curious. Have you
Yes,
read a book called The Dawn of Everything by David Graeber? I think it kind of speaks to something on
I
like
have.
showing
Yes,
alternatives or like showing that there is a possibility for alternatives like
yes.
throughout history. I have some disagreements with the book, but nonetheless, really good read. Along with Against the Grain. I don't know if you read that. That's
I
a
haven't read
really
that. I have read his bullshit jobs, of course.
oh yeah, that sorry, yeah, bullshit jokes. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, great reads, honestly.
absolutely.
But yeah, onto the IR thing that I was talking about. Like, firstly, like anybody who's gonna like, you can talk about like these things in like a moral sense. Like, oh, do you think this thing is like, not like this thing is just not justified, but how do I say this? This thing is like, it's bad that something is happening, but like when you talk about, oh, is this entity like going to, I don't know, like, is this entity justified in doing this thing to another entity? Like, what we're discussing is like theories that are like almost unfalsifiable, and we're
Right.
discussing like IR theory, which like
Yeah.
for a long time, like realist IR was like the number one. That's like been slowly phased out, and so like nobody knows what the fuck we're talking about in this sense, and it's like really annoying
It's
when
just a
people
trap
go.
people try to lure you into.
It's like, oh, do you think that this like construct, like this partnership and this construct of multiple states is like justified in doing or should be doing X and Y thing? I'm like, I don't fucking like nobody knows. Like if you
Yeah.
want to have that discussion, go like do that with like President Sunday who like studies the fucking state constantly. But like don't come in here and like do some and say some goofy shit unless like you have like a clear understanding of what you're talking about, because I swear to God it is like one of the most infuriating things, because like
It sucks because
nobody
I'll
knows
get
what the
stun locked on that shit too.
dude. But like, yeah, I'm like every time somebody does that shit, just like actually ignore it, because like, what are you supposed to say if you
Right.
haven't read the countless amount of like literate? And you have to read the literature on this. This isn't like a listening thing. Like you literally have to read the literature on like state constructs. Like this is like it's fucking insane, and it's like
Fuck
really annoying.
yeah.
That's all I wanted to say.
Oh
All right,
nah,
thanks,
I
Emmons.
get you.
Yeah,
Yeah, hell yeah. That was Ruhan. Fuck yeah. You're
yeah.
always
Peace
welcome
out, dude.
too. Yeah, hell
Thank
yeah.
you, man. Bye.
Hell yeah. But yeah, that's fuck yeah. Yeah, I always say that's another feature of my channel. I tell you up front, like I front load the fact that my politics and my worldview and all the things I talk about are focused very much on America, American history, and my personal experience and the experience of people that I care about around me in my life. So, like, yeah, I haven't read all the fucking theory and done everything and whatever, but, yeah. Yeah, Amazing Wolf Skeptic. If you want to come on after this, I was just gonna play Dead by Daylight. So if you want to just come hang out, while I play video games, like I said, I feel like I don't wanna. It feels rude to me to play video games with people when I'm trying to have like a serious conversation. So I don't know how serious this is gonna be. I don't think it's gonna be like debate or bloodsport or any weirdo shit like that, but I still am treating this individual with the proper respect that I treat everyone with when they're appearing on my platform for the first time for on the auspices of like learning or sharing ideas or whatever. I give them my full undivided attention to the point where I might ignore chat as well. So fair warning on that. I've done that. I do that a lot. Sorry. I'll try to like look at chat and stuff. But yeah. I stare off into space a lot when I'm talking to people, just because I can't like look people in the face doing this shit. You know what I mean? Go for blood with Skeppy, but way anarchists piss me off when I hear them say to black people, "Call you need to read theory to understand system of print." Yeah, it's cringe. Theory is overvalued. It is. You can win hearts and minds of socialism by showing people tangible benefits of it: healthcare, childcare, no more mortgage, rent payments, etc. That's what leftism is, in my opinion. Is like actually like, you know, the basic concept. We all kick in and we all get out what we need, right? And I feel like theory is important if you want to better understand what you already have the capacity to experience in your life, right? So if you're a fucking streamer who's cooped up in your house all day, you don't talk to anyone, you fucking order fucking Amazon groceries and get like Grubhub or whatever and shit, you have no social interactions, then your theory is probably gonna be able to be bent for some goofy shit for nil, right? But someone like me who actually has fucking hella proletariat experience, I'm 33, I'm a forklift driver, I've had every kind of fucking imaginable shit job. I've been a barista, I worked at a hotel, I was an Uber driver, I worked at an office, I worked as a garbage man, I've done everything. I have done absolutely every fucking imaginable job under the sun. and I'm still on that tip. I'm still fucking living paycheck to paycheck, right? That's me experiencing, I mean, damn near every part of what this city has had to offer me. And having the class consciousness, knowing that I'm not just an individual who is doing communism or doing capitalism poorly, right? But I'm actually part of a large group of people who might not understand the nature of their struggle, but nonetheless, we all face the same conditions, that we're all fighting against the same system, just at various different points in history and time. I am at least aware of that, right? And that's where I come from with everything else. So, when motherfuckers talk about how basing your politics on the struggle is goofy, I have to wonder, what else would you base your politics on? If you're not going to fight for the most vulnerable people in life, then, like, if your framework doesn't, if your framework isn't aimed directly at benefiting the most vulnerable people, then what the fuck is it even doing? Like, who the fuck is it even for? You know what I mean? You don't have to oversaturate with theory, but there is value in recognizing the systems require more in-depth understanding and can be captured with just a one-liner quip. Facts. Constant chat engagement can become a hindrance as well. Hassan will straight up not look at physical guests in the face because he's too chat engaged balanced. You've balanced very well. Thank you. Thought I was 24. Everyone thinks I'm like 22 at first. But I am 33, yes. The closer examples are places like Rojava and Zapatistas. They aren't anarchists, but they have much more revolutionary beats than China. I refuse to learn the forklift because forklift drivers are unprotected scapegoats. Yes, absolutely. And we don't have to talk about that right now, but I feel the shit out of that fucking statement. I'm an old man getting 40 in December. 40 is the new 30 though. 40 is the new 30. It's the 21st century. You know what I mean? 22 now, became an anarchist around 19. Before that, I was a social democrat. Before that, I was an ANCAP. That was me, though. That was my same trajectory as a political, conscious person. Because I saw Johnny Mnemonic, I saw hackers, and then I saw John Connor bust the fucking ATM open in T2. And that was a fucking wrap for me. I knew I was an anarchist. Right-wing individualism, yeah. Yeah, no problem, Portland. There's some autonomous regions in Chile run by the Mapuche people. They have someone as some might call an anarchist way of life. And if that's how they want to live, then like that's like dope. Like, you know what I mean? Radicalized by Terminator, I was. What do you think of the social gospel or liberation theology as a way to turn the pews to the left? I have to front load this conversation with that. I don't necessarily consider myself a particularly religious person. Maybe superstitious. I was raised religious for the first, I would say, 13 to 14, maybe 15, 16 years of my life. I believed in God. I believed in Jesus Christ, and I was raised in all that. I was raised Baptist. My family is Baptist, like historically Baptist and stuff. So while it's not necessarily appealing to me, I could see the utility of it because the black church is situated very uniquely both in American history and in the modern American like body politic. I don't know if I use that term correctly, but like I have fucking like look, I have demonology tattoos and shit. Like I have Satan tattoos. Like I have satanic tattoos. I hope this Gengar comes out cool. It looks like it's gonna be cool. Agnosticism, the only logical conclusion, pushes glasses up nose. Yeah. I mean, I don't know, but I don't know what I don't know. But I do know what I know. And what I know is that I don't know. There's this guy Tobias on YouTube that has a ton of content on the leftist interpretations of the gospel. That's pretty cool. That sounds pretty cool. Jesus was definitely anti-Richie Rich. He was 1000% a communist. Jesus was an anarchist, for sure. Granny was old school Presbyterian. She worshipped FBR. I feel that. I didn't get irony poisoned with Ayn Rand until way later, fortunately. I started to fuck around with Ayn Rand when I was like 2021, and then I realized how goofy she was fairly quickly. Masturbatory consumerism. What did Mowdy say? Civilians do help generate wealth. Most of the U.S. GDP literally comes from people buying shit, but there lies the problem. Capitalism in the U.S. is overly dependent on masturbatory consumer infrastructure. And that's facts. Like, Baltimore, where I worked, the tourism was the number one motivator of, like, the industry. Never liked the Democrats from the start. Became a Demsoc during your high school years, then an anarchist since late 2021. Yeah. Like, I wanted to like the Democrats, right? Because I'm black. So when you're black and you're liberal, you, like, gotta vote Democrats. You know what I mean? Consistently. I remember telling my parents to vote for Bill Clinton. You know what I mean? And I was, like, super mad when George Bush won. Bush Jr., you know what I mean? Like, I wanted to wrap myself in the Democratic Party. Mainly because you only get two choices, right? So, like, it sucks that they suck, basically. Sucks to suck for them. Muhammad had some socialist tendencies. I could see that. I haven't read too much into the Quran, but liberation theology is powerful, but people also got to be ready to pump the brakes on it if it starts tipping towards theocracy or fundamentalism. Agreed. Frackle, always with the correct take. Broadly wary of mixing religion with political movements. Once someone decides they have a divine mandate on something, it can go really weird. I would agree. I would tend to agree there. Yeah, fuck Ayn Rand. Ayn Rand's fucking stupid. Ayn Rand goof. If you are influenced by Ayn Rand, I have some fucking cryptocurrency to sell you. Drop your fucking cryptocurrency. Drop your crypto wallet address. If you fuck with Ayn Rand, I got some fucking bitcoins to sell you. For cheap. Ayn Rand defends tobacco by denying lung cancer. Has to go on Medicare because she got cancer from smoking. That's funny. Do I vote now? I started voting this election cycle, and I was heated because the person... So, we found out that a shitload of Baltimore City votes could have potentially just got fucking yeeted because they, like, lost the USB card or whatever that the votes were on, right? But the one candidate that I was like, you know what, I will actually vote. For the first time in forever. Like, I've always been an anti-voter guy. Ashley Esposito. And she actually fucking won. She won the school board seat. It was the first election in that category too. When it comes to Bill Clinton's crime bill and his bills that led to the militarization of the police, that was a big middle finger to the black community. Absolutely. Yeah. This is like one-on-one shit. They fucked. The 90s were, like, fucked. As I pointed out to y'all where I grew up, I got to avoid a lot of the worst consequences of that because my parents lived in such a fucking white area that I never had any encounters with police growing up. But you want to understand the Bible, so you're reading it, you heard this atheistic interpretation. That sounds kind of cool. I might be into that. I might reread the Bible for that purpose. I went to a school once where the punishment that they gave me was that I had to face the corner and read the Bible. So I've read the Bible a lot, like front to back, and I don't know. I it gets a fucking. I like start dissociating when I read that shit. I have trauma behind it, low key. Um, Black people not voting is legit a gentleman to all the races in this country. I'm not really. I'm not willing to say that. Um, I think so I'll say this: it the black people not voting doesn't help, but I think black people not voting is a much smaller detriment to all races in the country than the existence of the United States government itself. Because shit like Jackson, Mississippi, I'm sure there's lots of voters in Jackson, Mississippi. It's just that structurally, institutionally, their government does not give a fraction of a fuck about them. So once their water's already fucking killing their children, how do you vote at that point? What do you do to what do you vote for at that point? You wonder if anyone's written an Ayn Rand, Andrew Tate fanfic. I really wish I didn't think that that might exist. What did Ashley do to get you to return to voting? So I interviewed her. I never voted. This was literally the first time I voted. I have on the wall back there a poster from a election night show that I played in one of my old bands when like the night Obama won his first election against John McCain. But I'd never voted for this election. But we spoke to her. Um, I do a podcast called the Bolsheviks Podcast with my housemate, my friend Robbie, and it's just Baltimore news, Baltimore vibes, Baltimore politics, local apocrypha, stuff about like different bars and restaurants and stuff. And we were trying to interview local like up and coming like grassroots politicians and labor union organizers, and like one of my really good friends, Billy Jarbo. Shout out to Billy Jarbo. He was one of the union organizers for the only Apple store in Baltimore. So the Apple store in Baltimore is unionized, partially because of the work that he put in with his comrades, right? There's fuck. I forget the fuck. I'm sorry, I'm stoned, but I can't remember the museum that we fucking we interviewed the dude Patrick from, that he's helping to organize their union there. So like we just do mad interviews for like union organizers and like grassroots politicians, and she happens to be from Violetville, which is an area where I like one of my first girlfriends was from Violetville. I spent a lot of time in Violetville. One of my best friends in high school was in Violetville. The school that I went to, the high school that I went to, was in Violetville for like 2 years. So like, yeah, I just fucked with her off rip just because was from around the way. So I knew what time she was on, and then the way that she was rapping about what Baltimore City school systems actually need in terms of like organization and like resources for teachers and community interaction with the school system in terms of like accessibility of websites and all of that type of stuff, was like basically I couldn't walk away from that conversation not knowing that this person was insanely fucking based. So yeah, I was like, fuck yeah, I guess I'll vote for her. Whatever. Voting is bullshit, but black people not voting doesn't help. But on the flip side, many black people not only can't make it to voting booths for various reasons, but many of us are jaded on voting because voting has been absolutely nothing to help us for as long as many of us have been living. That's true, and there's so many of us who literally cannot vote. So if you got locked up for having an ounce of weed back in 1997, you can't vote. Like it's you know what I mean? I should put my podcast in my Twitch bio. I will at some point. A state capital being a sacrifice zone is peak America. Facts. The U.S. kept slavery alive explicitly to do voter disenfranchisement. Absolutely. But there was still voter disenfranchisement after slavery. But it's all good, amazing skeptic. I mean, if you have an opinion, I'm not gonna like fucking like jump at you. We're just talking about voting. We're We're not talking about interracial relationships. Generally not for voting, but local politics is where it can make a difference. Yeah, absolutely. What's up, Kensai? When your choice is Joe, Crime Bill, Biden, and Trump, are you really giving people a choice? Exactly. School boards are the most alarming battleground right now. That was the other thing. That and specificity was something I felt like I maybe at least that because that's really the only way I could get involved in something like that. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like it's creepy for fucking men in their 30s to be around schools. Voting is bullshit. Well, it got based Ashley into a place where she can hopefully do some good. I hope for more of these types of political interactions in my life. Thanks for the story. Yeah, I mean, I still think voting is bullshit, to a certain degree. But in terms of local elections, yeah, people should probably. So, electoralism is one of those things where, like, depending on your district. Because that's the other thing that you have to confront and contend with is, are you in a gerrymandered to fuck district? Is your district red as fuck because it's shaped like a fucking glizzy with relish and fucking ketchup and mustard on it? You know what I mean? It's just, I feel like while voting can be useful, it's much more effective to do direct action. Voting itself is fine. The problem is that our system is very anti-democratic and gets more anti-democratic the closer to the Fed it gets. Yeah, exactly. Direct action. Can I look into this music video called Anti-Fascist Blues? I will look into that at some point. Anarchy Kitchen is a base name. It makes me... It's very food not bombsy. Food not bombsy. Being campaigned at with fear by a party desperate to have you ignore their fecklessness is the bullshit part. If Dems distinguish themselves from Republicans, there might be something to vote for. But see, that's the thing, is that if the Republicans weren't fucking horrible, why would you vote for the Democrats? Like, if that threat wasn't always there, if they couldn't just pretend to have their hands tied. The U.S. is a two-party dictatorship surviving solely on the concept of electability. Yeah. Yeah. Voting should be the thing you spend the least amount of time on if you want to get active politically. Soon Neo kinda going to make bombs, not food, the only thing left. Yeah, right? Nancy and Biden said themselves they need a strong Republican Party. Yeah. It's like some of these like fucking weird ass like debate streamers, they don't want the Nazis to get deplatformed because if the Nazis got banned, they would have nobody to talk to. They wouldn't be able to make content. They wouldn't be able to generate views. There's ways to engage the governing institution that can yield ground for individual agency, just not primary. So here's my thing. I think the most effective thing politically, if we're talking electorally, is labor unions. Every time they get the most work done in terms of what they have for leverage and how they can formalize their demands, right? So, like I said, direct action is it. This falls into that category, but it's not fucking taken to the streets with Molotovs and shit, right? It's getting together with your coworkers and all the other, let's say, all the other businesses on your particular block and saying, hey, we're all going to call out on Thursday. We're going to cripple the fucking financial infrastructure of this area. We're going to deny these rich fat cats their fucking payday until they give us what we want, because we actually have the power here, because they generate fucking capital based on our labor. So we control the labor, right? Thanks, Kensai. Power seat concedes nothing without a demand. Yes. Having demands is a big step one. Yes. Labor unions are fantastic. Yes. I think the danger with voting is that it's the easy way for people to feel like they did something and then just get back to their life. Yeah. I feel like the way that we can lure people in to tie people in to doing something that actually is a part of something but is low effort is by like making labor unions sexy again, and that can be as simply as starting off as like everybody voting Democrat or something. I guess I don't know. I don't know. This Gengar might be a little wild looking. We'll see. Unions are a reactionary solution to dealing with private property. Unions are a concession to capital because wildcat strikes were difficult to deal with. I I would say wildcat strikes are, yeah. I fuck with wildcat strikes heavier than labor unions, but I feel like labor unions are easier to accomplish in the moment. Just because not everybody is ready to just quit their job on the spot at the same time as everyone else quitting their job. You know what I mean? I feel like conditions have to get pretty fucking. How did libs get bunched with the left? Ratchet system. We need to get FD hype up Frackle somehow because your last video was insane. Yes. Do I play mobile games? I play Magic the Gathering Arena. That's pretty much it. Leftists need to separate from libs and leave the Democratic Party. I guess I could agree with that. Asking nicely and playing within the system alone doesn't tend to work. Fact. What up, Tegma? Tegma in the building. Shout out to Tegma. Labor unions are an easy tool to amass labor movements. Yes. The right-wing ratchet system, where the Democratic Party exists to take the teeth out of any leftist grassroots movements. A prime example I always use is the Black Panther Party coming up with a breakfast program, feeding their children every morning, and the government co-opting that because that was a way that people were establishing dual power, right? It could be something like that, or it's just libs or the quote-unquote centrists also becoming more right-wing over time. I feel like I don't have to go too far into any hypotheticals with that for you to imagine that. And it's just a thing where things only get more right-wing with time, and Democrats always make concessions to Republicans, never vice versa. It's because it's not reason you're fighting against. The only union you fully enjoy and support at the moment is the IWW. I feel it. Ranked or preferential voting would mathematically allow more than two parties. Yes. Dems count as a counter to far right, so gotta take name of left even though they just libs? Yeah, I guess. Unions are a solution right now, but they aren't the ideal. I agree. That's fucking awesome, Freckle. Yeah, I'm trying to hype that video up more. Unionize everything while avoiding forfeiting worker rights. Radicalize those unions by building worker and consumer cooperatives. Reinforce these the whole way through with community organizing to liquidate profit into people instead of capitalists. Obviously, this isn't perfect, but it's a framework. Yeah, that's pretty much how I would see it. Like how I envisioned it, like with like I had a goal at the harbor when I worked as a barista in this fucking goofy ass coffee shop that We would unionize there, and all the fucking businesses on the dock, all the proles on the dock, we would all work together and shut the dock down. Cordish was not going to make any money from that pier for that day or whatever, right? And we would make demands to get better pay, benefits, all this stuff, blah, 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 blah. And then, yeah, for sure, Portland. I'm doing a link with Bank Friday, but yeah, if you want to talk before or after that, for sure we can talk. Probably be better to talk after. So, I go live at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays, and I always have an open VC if I'm not doing like someone wants me to jump on a panel or something like Jason Society, or I'm talking to like Talos or something like that. I think I'm doing a panel at Kevin's on Saturday at noon too, so that's happening. But yeah. No problem, Portland is burning. I'm gonna play some Dead by Daylight now. Expropriate every business all at once and let the capitals thrash in poverty? Nah. I'm not really into the, like, I want to eliminate poverty as a concept. Like, as funny and as edgy as that shit is like, you know, fascists get the wall, all that shit. My ideal future is actually one where everyone gets justice. Yeah, no problem. Portland is burning. I will give you my Discord link so you can just like DM me on Discord or whatever. Imagine a supermarket that at the end of the day doesn't throw out good food, but empties the stock of food going out of sellable time. Yeah. Yeah, you, much love, Freckle. You have a good night as well. Their definition of poverty, which means able to survive without working, I feel it. I feel it. UBN, universal basic needs, is really not that radical or hard to do for a country like US. Yeah. We all get justice and live in harmony, justice for all, freedom for all, rights for all. Yeah, I mean, but it has to be in harmony with the land and the environment, though. Like, it has to be, like, climate and environmental justice as well. Like, that should be at the forefront along with, like, black liberation and, like, indigenous liberation. Like, those types of politics need to be at the forefront of leftist conversations. I'm gonna trust the process. I think I fucked this Gengar's like little back horns up, but I'm gonna trust the process. Rights for nature law doesn't have representation, that's on us. Yes. Nationalizing oil and gas is not discussed more. Yeah, I mean,
By daylight.
I have base chat. Chat is based. If anyone wants to join me in some rousing rounds of Dead by Daylight, you're more than welcome to join my Discord server. And I will drag you into my live zones. I might try VHS. I haven't tried it out. Yeah, Amazing Wolf Skeptic, if you want to come hang out. Are you in my Discord? I don't see you. Is your name Amazing Wolf Skeptic on there? Here, I'll drop a link in chat. That's my Discord. Let's play as Survivor. I guess let me turn alerts off real quick. Just when I thought I was done with that shit. It's been a minute. Because my last couple streams didn't have them. Can't click the link. Okay. I don't know. I put the link in chat. In a Twitch DM? Yeah, hang on. gotta make chat follower only real quick. Alright. Chat's follower only. What up, Fat? Playing some Deadies. I could play Hunt if you guys want to watch me play Hunt. Now that Kuma's here. Nah, we didn't get to talk to Portland is Burning. He had to, do some family stuff. So we didn't get a chance to converse. But I think the Amazing Wolf Skeptic is gonna come in for some conversation. Oh man. Damn, was that? Okay, never mind. I was gonna say, if that was for Haddonfield, I actually would have probably been upset about that, but that's cool. That's all good. Copy, pasta this shit. Mistress April, thank you for the follow. Experiment replacing Denver police with mental health teams. Dubbed a success. I'll have to look at that in a moment. Let me get Yeah, I'm down to play some Hunt. Imagine you coming here about to be goofy and you just get banned by Fade Runner. That's a wild one. Get Fade Runner. You come in here goofy, Fade Runner is gonna be. I sent you a friend request. Big Bad Skeptical Wolf. Therefore, once you accept, I shall henceforth be able to invite you to the fabled Band Runner. Alright, here we go. So Skep is in here. I'm gonna call you Skep, just like Skeptical Heretic from back in the day. You should probably have to agree to the rules and stuff, and then when you join Chatter Room, I'll drag you in. Anarchists are those things, in all sorts of professions and other sorts of occupational stuff. True. Anarchists are all those things. Skeppy Wolf. Yeah, I feel it. Also gonna hop off of the Dead by Daylight and jump on the Hunt Showdown. All right, let's bring it back. I am in the VC if y'all want to play Hunt Showdown. There are lots of anarchists out there. What up, Kuma?
What up?
Yeah, the anarchists are always at the front lines of any type of class conflict, any type of stuff like that. They're always the street medics and the people doing like the radical fucking care. You know what I mean? Doing the radical softness. All right. We're gonna play Hunt Showdown. Where the logistics facts. Street medics, I can say for sure. Anarchists are known for. Yeah, most, if not all, of the street medics I've ever met were anarchists.
Is Fate hopping on?
I hope Fade's hopping on. This print looks like it's pretty successful. I got the Gengar.
I'm excited to see that. That's gonna be cool.
I might have fucked up. We'll see. We'll see if I fucked up. There's Skep. How you doing? You should be in here now.
Hello?
Howdy. How's it going?
It's going okay for a Wednesday. How you guys doing? I'm a little bit surprised that I've been successfully dragged into the private VC because every time it happens, I just get disconnected automatically. I don't know. It's just something going on with my voice settings where that tends to happen every time that somebody drags me in. But this is a good start. So.
Hell yeah. Well, welcome.
Thank you very much.
We're just playing this game. This game kind of takes a little bit of concentration, but when we're not in a firefight and we're just like traipsing around the map, I can just like kind of shoot the shit, fuck around. Kuma's or Fade is finishing up. He's playing Pex and he'll hop on. I have like over 1,000 blood bonds, but I got nothing to spend these shits on. I don't really want any of these legendaries. There's a nice uppercut. I already have my favorite skin of that gun though. Whatever.
I'm ready whenever you send me the invite too.
I had to put the game up on the screen. Bum, bum, bum. You've loved being pansexual and trans? Fuck yeah, I support it. I feel it. Based.
Super based.
Yes, it's hunt time. We're about to go hunt. I have a decent amount of money. I don't have a lot of money. Fade has a lot of money. That man has apparently like $10,000 in fucking
I
hunt
got 10K.
dollars. Ooh, I can buy a new legendary hunter. I'm about to buy the redneck just to fuck with him. I fuck with Felice though. That's a cool skin.
How you doing tonight, Skip?
I'm doing okay. I just got out of work and I just decided to I just jumped into chat and I noticed the chill vibes and I'm like, yeah, I definitely want to be a part of that.
The stream is a chill stream most of the time.
I was gonna say I don't think there's ever been a stream that I jumped into, like, you know, chat where it wasn't chill. It's always been a very nice environment to be around.
Yeah, I appreciate you.
Thank you.
I think I'm gonna hold on to my blood bonds because you can get battle pass or whatever with them shits too, right?
You already bought it, didn't you?
Nah, I didn't. I don't think I did.
I thought you bought it before I bought mine.
I might have. I think I did buy it actually. Oh, let me look at events.
Zero says it's always been chilling here. Super chill.
Thank you, Zero. I'm glad everyone finds it chill. I try very hard to make it chill, and people try super hard to make it not chill, so I'm glad that I am successful in keeping it chill, and that the people who try to make it not chill do not succeed sometimes, most times. Endless.
Endless chill.
Me. The end of the battle pass is something called Endless. Alright, let me get some guns. Nice. Is the slate unlocked? Yes. Nice. Oh yeah, that's right, because I just retired that hunter, so all of this stuff is...
Is it free to get on PlayStation by chance?
Hunt Showdown? Nah, this game actually costs money. Dead by Daylight was free with PlayStation Plus years ago. That's how I have it on the PS4, but yeah, this game I think it might be half off right now though.
Half off, what, like $25 or something?
When it's half off, it's 20.
Yeah, 20.
Okay.
I'm gonna do news. I'm gonna front load every stream with news. I'm gonna go back to doing that. That was my thing for a while at the beginning of the year, and I think I'm gonna go back to doing that. So, I'll do news. The original formula I had was the first 30 minutes was news, and then the rest was like video games and bullshit and just like chill vibes. So I'll probably go back to that formula.
What kind of news do you cover, so to speak?
I focus a lot on like, uh, you know, the black community and like black liberation and stuff, and just like stuff relevant to that. So like, um, fucking, I was talking about environmental racism and like, um, not just like poor water quality, but also lead poisoning, because Baltimore has a very unique history and a very unique position as a city with the amount of lead poisoning that it has, and like socioeconomic status of black and Latino and indigenous people, and like even poor white people being forced into conditions that would increase incidences of like morbidity, like mortality, of like asthma and cancer and these types of things. And yeah, I talk a lot about like police abolition, because I say fuck 12 all the time. I hate police. So I talk about a lot, like abolishing the police, and talk about cases of police brutality and stuff. And yeah, just a lot of stuff related to that kind of stuff. And also, I try to do mutual aid stuff. I wasn't live, but I hung out with Beer Bash yesterday for he was doing a mutual aid stream for someone from him and Boy Meets Minis community who was um, was down on their luck and needed some money to make a move. So their community, their comrades actually came through and supported them. And that type of shit is like literally kind of why I even wanted to become like a streamer in the first place, is to do that kind of shit. So it's like weird when people are like calling literally the work that we're supposed to be here doing as anarchists, like e-begging and shit. I don't know, that shit's really fucking weird.
Oh yeah, definitely. Do you also talk about, speaking of environmental racism, chemical exposure, toxic exposure,
Oh yeah, I've talked about that before on stream as well.
emissions and qualities, or sometimes lack of access to drinking water and stuff like that?
Yeah. I was talking about that. One book I've read privately that I talk about that I want to read like live. I was just making sure threes was off. That I want to talk about on stream and like read on stream is a book called Medical Apartheid, that talks a lot about like the medical industries.
I think I have heard of medical apartheid.
Yeah.
Is it about? Is that the book that discusses intentional deaths of indigenous people, like in hospitals and stuff like that?
Yeah, it goes over that. It talks about that kind of stuff, and like forced sterilization and radiation experiments of, obviously on like black and indigenous and like Latino and poor whites, like poor European immigrants and stuff. You walked off the job tonight in a fine and rare form? Hell yeah, UD. It's just quitting season. It's quit your job season. It's Virgo season. It's time to get the fuck up out of here season. Which book we were just talking about? Oh, Medical Apartheid. Harriet A. Washington wrote that one. It's a book by Harriet A. Washington, is the author's name.
Wasn't he part of the NAAP?
Harriet Washington? I'm not so sure if she was. everybody's quitting shitty jobs. That's the energy I need to carry and have right now. Because I kind of want to quit my shitty job. Oh fuck! On me! Ah shit! She hit me good. Missed that.
Do you ever cover elections going on in the Latin American region?
In the what region?
Latin America.
Nah, I stick to mainly Baltimore stuff, honestly. Fuck. Oh my god, how was that not a headshot? She got a headshot on me. Be careful, I'm not really safe to get. She's on the roof of that white building.
Yeah, I saw her.
Yeah, I mainly do American stuff, and within that... Oh! She's in front of the White House. Within that, it's mainly just Baltimore stuff, honestly.
So pretty much anything that's kind of Western or North American centric?
Yeah, I guess you could say that. Sometimes, like, if there's, like, unionization efforts in other parts of the world, or that kind of stuff that's, like, big in lefty news and stuff, I'll get into that, but, I'm not really, I'm not really from those areas, and I don't really have a super deep connection to any of those areas, so I'm not really comfortable talking about, like, anything that I'm not really directly connected to, you know what I mean? I talk sometimes, so I'll have Arun on, and Arun talks about South Asian politics. He talks about like Indian politics and Sri Lankan politics and stuff like that. So
pretty much that region, yeah.
Yeah. So I like to let him talk sometimes, just because we're usually on around the same time, and I've seen my analytics on Facebook and stuff, so I know that that kind of stuff is cool for people who might be watching me, like people, because I only speak one language, obviously, I only speak English, but people like to watch my stream for whatever reason, I guess.
Yeah, I wonder what that reason might be, right?
Oh shit. I'm gonna buy another legendary. We'll buy this one though. I kind of want to see what's up with the birthday. Nah. Yeah.
Waiting until Fade hops on.
Oh, is Fade hopping on now?
I don't know. I was just gonna run a couple games with other hunters first.
Oh, bet. I really want to. I think this weekend is when I'm really gonna do my like YouTube stuff. Like get into it. I want to get a haircut and like, cause I already have the scripts written. I just been too lazy to actually do that shit. I have TikToks that's written, especially because it reminded me. Cause someone asked me about my flag again tonight. I'm just like, that could be. This is the point where I would be just dropping a link, but.
So you do YouTube videos? I didn't know that.
I multi-stream. I stream to YouTube and Facebook as well, and I have some YouTube content, but like my presence on YouTube is not very big because I don't know. I have been really self-conscious about I've been super perfectionist about the stuff that I want on YouTube, so there's not much in terms of that, but I'm gonna try just more candid, just to like cut more YouTube stuff, especially this coming week.
Oh, nice. Glad to hear. The thing that kind of sucks about YouTube is that it's just a pain in the ass to edit the videos.
It really is. Like it to the point where it makes me not even want to do it, but I have to.
The thing is, with a lot of with it depending on the sort of video that you're doing. I mean, the editing shit. That's sometimes that could last up to 4 to 5 hours to do just that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's not so much the editing part for this because this is going to be easy. It's just shooting the actual video itself, and the B-roll is going to be tedious. So I've been procrastinating on doing it. Can I get a fucking... Ah, damn. Whatever.
You all on the hunt? Is it hunt time?
We are on the hunt. We are on hunt. It's time for us to hunt some people.
Alright, I'm about to hunt.
Want some monsters?
I'm hopping on.
On the hunt. Dolch 96 would be nice to go in with. Yeah. Dolches are expensive though. Yeah, Dolch costs 3 times as much as the pistol I usually get. Almost 3 times as much anyway. I like the uppercut. The way I see it is like, I'm only gonna need the first 1 or 2 shots. Cause the way the gunfights go anyway, if I gotta spam you and I still don't get you with them first like 5 or 6 bullets, I'm probably about to lose this gunfight.
True.
Yo, imagine you come into chat thinking you're about to be goofy, and then I just ban you.
Just get immediately banned.
Don't even open the door for them at that point.
Right.
How crazy is that?
Immediately.
You try to raid in with some goofiness and then you realize, oh wait, alerts are turned off. They just immediately banned me. So then you try and make another name. Like, I know, I'll go in the chat and I'll say something goofy in chat, but then you just get immediately banned. Before you can even say anything. Shit's crazy. POV, me on the forklifts. I actually did forklift streams on TikTok for a while. Of just like the ceiling. You would just see the ceiling passing above the fucking roll cage of the forklift. It was getting dark when I go inside the truck.
I'm about to get a GoPro and just stream me doing wild, crazy shit with the forklift. I'm nice with it like that.
Doing wheelies, doing fucking ollies with the forklift. Yeah, they were pretty uneventful. You couldn't really hear me. Like, I was trying to talk and like trying to acknowledge chat and stuff, but the forklift was pretty loud. It was cool though. I think they got a decent amount of views. TikTok works way different, so I would get like 100 views on those. But it wouldn't matter because it's only 100. If you're not like a 50,000 viewer Andy, nobody gives a fuck. That was on 100 views is like, have a good night, UD.
I thought that would be like pretty popular by TikTok standards, 100 views.
Like active viewers.
Yeah.
Not in my case. I ain't made partner. Proletariat stream with a forklift POV would be dope. Yeah.
Just put the camera on the fort. Just on the actual fort.
I was putting my phone in the cup holder. Forklifts have cup holders.
They do.
Can you go northwest for 2, please? Pretty sure we'll get it if we go there. Not northwest, northeast.
You meant northeast.
Oh no, not the bees. The bees are on me. Alright, the bees are gone.
I know they stung me.
I felt like Nicolas Cage. You got the chopper? Is that you with the chop?
That's me with the chopper. So you already know how this shit's about to go down. I'm ready to do some anime character type shit again and chop somebody in the face.
I got a chopper too. It's not that kind of chopper, but it's still chop with it. You can't really see the stuff I'm lifting, and I don't even know if I could. A lot of that shit would probably be fucking, you can like see labels and shit. Or you would be able to see labels and shit if I did that. That's why I just had it, like, you could just, when I was doing forklift streams, you could, like, just see, like, me, my chest, and, like, the ceiling going by, and the lights and shit going by above me. It was kind of tough, honestly.
Get to see the landscape from that viewpoint.
You get to see the inside of the warehouse, the ceiling.
But not enough for the warehouse to know what the fuck's going on.
Right. You get to see the spider webs and fucking dirty ass skylights and shit.
And the dust. All the dust.
No docks. The no docks. Rest in peace, Kiwi Farms. Rest in peace, R.I.P. Bozo, Kiwi Farms.
Ha ha ha.
Ha ha ha. Pack watch.
Necro.
Ooh,
Now we all have Necro.
I didn't actually. I heard like small pieces about that. So did they really go under now?
Who's going under?
Kiwi Farms.
Yeah, apparently their site is up in like some bullshit ass Russian shit because they can't stay up. Not only like are they done with Cloudflare and shit, but like they're basically just getting lost into the ever living fucking oblivion. So, oh no, not the oh no. Okay.
You don't even want to go in the water.
They're getting dummy DOSed.
The Russian stuff got dropped. They're still available via the darknet Tor and shit. Yeah, that's probably where. I mean, that's where they would have to stay. So you would have to have knowledge of like the dark web and how to use Tor and all that stuff to even get there.
Good thing I don't.
I do, but
I don't have any knowledge regarding the dark web on how to
I
get
don't
there.
have any knowledge regarding anything. I feel you.
I do, but
I'm without knowledge.
it's only educational knowledge. I only receive that knowledge educationally, and I've never used it for any other purpose other than to learn about it and how to do it purely for educational purposes.
Allegedly.
Luckily.
Sticky for this
$1. Oh, stop him. He's stuck.
Oh, and I missed the sticky, and he's coming towards me. No. Get the that shit hit you too.
Ouch!
I hit him with the sticky. I hit him with the sticky. I hit him with the sticky.
Oh, you hit him with the sticky. Get away from me.
I got hit with your sticky on this.
Oh no. Not the sticky. Alright, I'm putting concertina lines down.
I didn't see what color the boss was before he died.
Well, it doesn't matter because I'm mining up the doors that we came in.
I'm mining up this door. That door's got a mine on it.
Did y'all break this door?
Nah, the sticky probably broke it.
Oh.
Just throw a mine on there. Or a bear trap.
Got a bear trap for it.
A mine right here.
This door right here is...
Bear trap here.
Man, all the doors are trapped. I hear ads out there going crazy too. Some shitty dude in Vancouver, Washington is not hosting them as host of the Daily Stormer and 8chan when those sites were having hosting issues. Yeah, I'm sure he'll get fucking DDoS clapped before long too. I keep forgetting that's not a shotgun, that's a birthday.
I think the other bounty is going for extract.
Yeah, they're dipping.
One of those sites were probably one of the most toxic sites I've ever seen. What's its name? Stormtrooper or something?
Stormfront?
Yeah, that was the most toxic site I've ever seen.
Yeah, it's a neo-Nazi site. I think I got posted on Stormfront. That was the real fucking hate raid that Fade and I had to deal with when I was still like a 3-viewer Andy. These
That shit
people,
was crazy.
I have no idea how those people found me or decided they wanted to post me on whatever forum that they posted me on, but that was
Some
easily...
guy just came into your chat and was like, straight up, like, yeah. He was chatting for a minute, and then all of a sudden, like, all this crazy shit happened, and he seemed normal. And then he was just like, yeah, I posted your stream into a neo-Nazi chat room, by the way. We were like, what the fuck?
Yeah,
Fuck.
and then it was like 30 fucking people came in. That shit was nuts. I think it was 20
They were spamming.
usernames.
Yeah, they were spamming the banana emojis, the monkey emojis, the N-word, all that shit.
Fuck, 30 people, and this was like when you were a smaller streamer at the time, right?
Yeah. This was in, what was that, like February of 2020?
Yeah.
Did you
It was
have, like,
before
a
I
mod-
started. So
Yeah, it was way
a lot of
before you
mods
started.
to delete that shit?
What's that?
Did you have a lot of mods? Did you have enough mods at the time to...
No,
It was
fuck
fucking-
no.
I
It
think
was just me and him.
me.
Yeah, it was just me
Yeah.
and him, yeah. Yo, Spawn Blaze TV, thank you for the follow as well.
Jesus, man.
Sounds like Twitch poll having a normal one. Yeah. Oh, that's
I think I
Kiwi
was
Farm
watching you
smoking
at that
lagging.
time.
One to the east, 90. He's probably at Fort McCormick. You guys want to wait or you want to? She's gonna
Yeah,
be
we
on
gotta
us
go.
before long.
We gotta go east to get out.
All right. He's out there, east 90. I'm gonna shoot him in his brain if I see him.
Oh, there's no way we can see that way.
Not unless we go outside and on the
Yeah.
roof.
I just hope he knows that if I see him, I'm gonna shoot him in his brain. I'm the PP man.
You said it was just one out east?
It looked like it was just one, yeah.
I'll check. Yeah, I only see one and he's really far away.
Yeah.
I mean, there could be others out there. They're just further away than he
Right.
is.
Yeah. I like where we're at, but people rarely push us, I feel like.
They're on extract. We could go north.
Let's go out the north door for them.
Alright. Yeah, they dipped. We can go that way. I got no endless cemeteries to sacrifice. Mall Battery.
They're not behind us.
Word. I still have 3 seconds, so
Proceed.
that's all good. We already got the fucking bounties.
Oh, sure.
Have a good night, Zero. I might end myself here. I'd raid out.
Did you ever talk to that one person?
Nah, he said he had to put his baby to sleep, and he was doing dad stuff, and it never, like, worked out. You know how that shit is. Fucking baby shit happened, so he had to go do dad shit.
Oh shit! I got shot. I got shot. I got shot.
Oh, shit. I saw it. South.
There's two of them.
side.
There's two of them. There's two of them. I see one to the right. Hit him once. I'm about to get done. I'm about to get done.
I shot one guy once.
I shot
Shit,
the dude with the
bees,
birth, yeah.
bees.
Need to heal.
He's gonna try to push you, come on.
Damn it. I wish I could
There it
aim
is.
faster.
Wish I could aim, period.
Oh,
Good.
good
You
try.
gotta start. You know what we gotta do? When
Aim
people
trainer?
are sitting waiting, no, when they're waiting for extraction, when they're waiting for us to get out, we should just push them instead.
Yeah.
'Cause, like,
I had the shit trapped up because I thought that they were gonna. I don't know. I didn't think that there would be any between us and that extract. I thought they were all coming from the east.
We let that one dude from the east corral us right into a whole team. Using rifles, because our last couple of fights have been not close range.
I'm about to run up in there, PP manned up. I got the chop.
I'm about to do it. I haven't given up on cheating.
30 minutes left on the print, so maybe it'll be done by the time I finish. You can see the Gengar face. You went to a concert tonight? You went on the balcony to listen to a Rune on Jason? Hell yeah. Shout out to Arun. That is dedication. We fuck with Arun on this channel. See how this shit turns out. Anarcho-memist.
Anarcho-memist?
Yeah. Shout out
Is that
to
somebody bad?
Yeah, that's a boy. That's a
Sounds like a troll.
Watching a movie. Hell yeah.
What kind of movie?
A movie you watching? Oh, hell yeah. I'll see you later, Magic City. This is probably gonna be my last game. The print says it'll be done in 28 minutes, so I can show y'all the Gengar. Hopefully the little spikes on the top of its head actually came out. And hopefully its face doesn't cave in on itself. You can see the Gengar's face. It's like I can't really show y'all. Oh, I fucked up the camera though. I fucked up the camera angle. Alright, there we go. Alright.
Peace out, Big Richie, the grumpy man.
Big Richie. The grumpiness pumpiness. Oh my god, I don't got nothing for him.
Big meat. There's a big meat.
It's big meat. Watch out, here comes the leash.
He's coming.
Oh, he's mad!
Oh no, it's big meat. He's got the fucking meat.
Oh my god, he's right there!
I don't know where the double clues are. I think if we go north, we can get to.
Chop. The chop. You chop him.
I think the double clues at the north compound here. Oh fuck! I didn't bring my knives.
Young Clue. Uh-oh, what's this clip?
You've been clipped.
I've been clipped.
Oh no, that's never good.
Oh, it's apparently me being cute. Thank you.
There's snakes over here.
The endless cemeteries? Hold on, let's get these endless cemeteries.
Endless cemeteries.
There's so many endless cemeteries here.
Let me go snatch up these endless cemeteries.
The Snake Arc. Snake Blittler.
There's a lunchbox right here too.
And the boss is east of us. Oh my
I
God.
who set that horse off?
I don't know. I'd never even heard of horse.
Okay. There might be people at this compound with us. Endless packetary. That's what we're about to be if I get shot in the fucking back of the brain. That's okay, because I got the chopsticks. I'm gonna run up in there and chop them.
Oh shit.
Thank you. I was ready to melee him to death with my Pete.
Boss is what?
Boss is Vosh.
I got a sticky.
I got a fucking bomb lance.
Yeah, let's just chop it. Oh, never mind.
Right in the face.
Oh, no, he's done. We can't chop him the rest of the way.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my
He's
god.
pretty pissed off. Leaking, you're leaking.
What? How did he kill me? Did I kill him too? Did he trade? Did me and Scrappy just trade?
No.
Nope, he definitely murdered you.
Scoop me, scoop me, scoop me.
traps downstairs. I can make my way back downstairs. Alright, there we go.
Alright, I'll put a trap on the ladder out here. Put a trap right here.
Trap in this door right here. I was gonna put a trap in this. Oh, there you go.
What?
Can't get in that way. Can't get in that way. Can't get in this way. Get in that way. It's trapped. Now I'll put
The
this
ladder's trapped out there. The ladder's trapped.
Nice. Yeah, all the ways in are trapped.
There's a heavy door downstairs.
Yeah, that's it, bro. We'll hear that if they try to come in that way. And I'm down here with the chop, so.
I'm leaking.
Leaks.
I'll trap this window up here.
You can see the Gengar. It's Gengar.
Trap there. Big meat came right up to the front door.
I'm making fun of you picked up the gun.
Big meat. Alright, we can go north or south. What you think? Clear either way.
Nice. It looks like south is a little bit. Well,
Alright, let's go
it's
south.
about the same.
Oh my god, big meat's right there.
It's okay, because you know what I got for him? Fluffy night.
Snake vanish behind that.
Let's try not to spend too much time here. Unless we get our cheeks clapped like we did last game.
Let's go.
Yeah, we're clear. I think they're chasing Big Bounty. Oh, fuck.
Alright, I did not mean to reload.
I'm about to chop this fucker. I'm about to chop this fucker.
Inside the building.
Yep, get chopped.
Nice. Nice.
Come here so I can chop you. Come inside so I can chop you.
Oh shit, I got somebody across the water.
You didn't even have to come inside. I came outside and chopped you. Yeah, your friends fucked up. They fucked up big time. They got chopped for it too.
Oh, there's a
Down
poison
two?
mine there. Let me hit my antidote.
I chopped them both. They both got chopped. Crazy. Hey, tell your friend, I'm the pee-pee man. He might as well go ahead and give up. Just save his hunter. Tell me if he peed somebody.
Oh, he shot me.
I was gonna say I'm gonna loot this other dude though. What's this dickhead shooting from?
I don't know.
Right here.
Oh, word.
I tagged him.
Oh, he's right there? Oh, I'm gonna go chop him. Fuck it. He's gonna be mad as shit.
Ooh, I hit him.
Yo, the way that I was ready to chop her, she died mad. Either way, she was about to die mad.
Oh, you had the label? Let me get that label.
There's, we're clear. This person, I don't know what this is, but it's, a legendary. And she got the Caldwell Packs pair if you want 2 Pete's. Damn, that Gengar is looking kind of
Last
tough.
gust. What is this? Oh, I guess it's a Winnie.
I think it's like a Winnie, a speedy Winnie or something. Let's keep it pushing. I know they're mad because I chopped. Wait a minute. There was another body I didn't loot, but I don't care. I chopped them. I'm happy with my chops. Alright, we for real gotta dip now because they're gonna come for us now.
You chopped both his mans.
I did chop both his mans and I told him what was about to happen. I didn't even hit him. It just exploded next to him and caught him on fire. Crazy.
You're still clear.
And this is that you, One Dot?
Yeah, that's me. Am I far?
Yeah, a little bit.
Alright, I'm on the way. For some reason, I thought we would get on the boat.
I'm on a boat and
Going fast, and
Alright, yeah, we're clear. Oh, we're being petty? We're being petty? Okay, we're being petty. We're out here being petty. They're gonna be mad. And right when the game finished, the Gengar finished, Joe. How perfect is that?
perfect, 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 perfect.
let me see if I can't get this thing off the bed.
Ooh, and I just got 25 blood.
Wow. This actually... Wait till I get the supports off this. This is a print, friends. This is a print. Goons aren't God. What up? Thank you for the follow. Foot fucked up a little bit, but that's okay. That's a part that was on the bottom. So the only thing that's pain in the ass is like getting the supports off. Other than that little corner on the foot, this came out pretty perfect. I could just glue that if I really wanted to, but... Look at this Gengar, let me show y'all.
Gengar.
I really gotta download this game. I'm missing out.
Oh man, that's so fire. Now you gotta paint it.
That Gengar looks sick.
You just gotta paint the eyes and the teeth, pretty much.
Right. Oh, and there's still a little extra.
And yes, get Hunt.
Yes, you should get Hunt. Come play with us.
Hunt? That's the name, just Hunt?
Hunt Showdown.
Hunt Showdown.
Alright, this is the Gengar.
The most lit Gengar.
I could probably fix this foot thing right now, honestly.
Why did I ready up when I'm not ready?
Fuck. It's so pointy, I dropped it and caught it in midair and stabbed myself with it.
Oh, damn.
Let's do it again.
Alright, you gotta ready up again, Fade.
I'm actually probably gonna finish a raid out.
No.
That's fair. It is after 2 a.m.
Yeah, I'm tired, and I've been running on like 5 hours of sleep all week. Didn't notice
shit,
the
I
hunter
didn't
yet.
realize y'all are 2 hours ahead of me.
I already did the news. You missed it. I read the news at the beginning of the stream, Weather King. Sorry. Take some glamour shots of this Gengar and then go the fuck to sleep.
Damn. I just got warmed up too.
You can keep playing if you want, Fade. Just duos.
I'll do one more.
Alright,
Alright, one more. One more for the. Oh shit, you got some bloody bonds.
I am gonna raid out though. I will raid out before we play another one. Jason's Society is still live. Who else is still live? I've raided him a bunch.
My phone is about to die fairly soon. So do you mind if I let go and we can connect again in the future?
Yeah, for sure.
Thank you for having me on. It was even though I was a little bit quiet, I appreciate you giving me the opportunity.
Hell yeah, no problem. I'm gonna raid UD.
Jason Society.
All right, you three have a great
Player.
night.
You
Great
too.
night.
Actually, I will raid Jason's Society.
Well, you got Jason Society, Slayer, and just that random dude that played Hunt that I raided that one day. That's all that I've got on.
Word, I'm gonna raid Jason's Society. I haven't raided him in a minute. I was gonna raid UD, but I think I've raided UD a bunch. Next time I'll raid UD. I'll either raid UD or MF Slayer Friday. Because I haven't raided MF Slayer in a minute. But thanks for watching, y'all. I'll catch y'all Friday. I'm tired.